Welcome back, everyone. Oh, my microphone is way too far away. Let me move that a bit closer. Yeah, we have reached, this might be it. This might be it. The end of Miles Edgeworth investigations. I'm not sure. It's not a 100% chance. I don't know how long, but we're on the last case, and we're on the end bit of the last case, right? The question is, I don't know how many parts the end bit has, and how long those parts are. So, it's possible, and ideally, we'll finish the game today. That would be... Okay, why is that so low? Hold on. Yeah, ideally, we'll finish the game today. That is, you know, in a perfect world, that's what will happen. And then me making the thumbnail, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Kay as essentially the new Yatagarasu. That will be fitting. You know, that would be ideal, because that's the thumbnail that I want for the finale. And so if this is not the finale, I'm gonna have to make a I'm gonna have to make a different thumbnail after the fact, change it out, and then make this one the thumbnail for the next episode. But either way, we're gonna finish either today or the next episode. So when is that gonna be? Assuming we don't finish, that's gonna be Saturday, because tomorrow, Thursday, is gonna be Persona 5. Then Friday is gonna be Alan Wake, and then we'll finish this up Saturday, and then hopefully finish Alan Wake up as well on Sunday. Assuming we do finish this today, which would be ideal, we'll just play Persona on Saturday, which makes sense. So yeah. Hold on, I'm just making some tea right now, so just give me a second. I guess I can keep doing this while we just do a quick run through of the court record. It hasn't been too long since I last played, so on the upside is that yeah, the upside that you know, we're doing these streams basically back to back to back is that I'm not forgetting everything in between each stream like I used to back when we, you know, the streams were like 1 or 2 weeks apart. So I don't really need a refresher going over the entire court record, but we will do so anyways. Maybe not like that's loud. Not super thoroughly, but yeah, Turnabout Ablaze end, but it's a part 1, which means there's at least 2 parts to the end. There might be 3, because there were 3 parts to the middle last time, which was kind of ridiculous. But yeah, hold on. Alright, March 15, 12:07 a.m. The afternoon trial is right, so it's right past midnight. And Shih-na has just been taken away by Agent Lang, right? No, this spoon is way too big for this. Yeah, okay, let's go through. Right, prosecutor's badge, embassy guide, don't care, prima duck statue. Right. Because so Alabast had the real statue, Babal had the fake statue. At some point, though, the statues were swapped, and Babal's statue ended up on the Alabast side, and the Alabast statue ended up on the Primaduck side, right? Or on the Babal side. And then Mastamas II was sent in to steal the statue on the Alabast side, presumably by someone who believed that it was the real one, because it used to be, but they weren't aware that the situation had changed, and that now the one on that side was the fake one. And then somehow, this led to the death of Mastamas II. I'm not entirely sure what the motive for that murder was, you know? Because, like, murdering Manny Kochin, if like it turns out that Manny Kochin was essentially a front for the leader of the organization and the true leader of the organization was someone else, then maybe Manny was planning to go to the authorities or something, or maybe they needed out of the way for some reason, and so killing Manny to get him out of the way, because we know, because Callisto says she didn't kill, but she didn't kill anyone, right? But Kochin was still stabbed in the neck with a Kochin was stabbed in the neck with a hold on, let me go put the spoon away. Yeah, so he was stabbed in the neck with a dagger that was... So he was killed in Bababas, but the dagger was brought over from Alabast, right? And then it was swapped out, and then they put the knife handle for a Babalese dagger, and that to make it look like the dagger is from Babal, and the actual dagger from Babal was hidden by Callisto, who then tried to arrest Kay as the killer. Probably, if we, assume that she is... Oh, what is happening? Hello? Hold on. What is happening with my camera? Okay, this has literally never happened before. What the hell? Huh? What was that? Let me try restarting it. I mean, it looks fine now. Oh, fuck. Alright, well, we're just gonna keep going and hope that doesn't happen again. Because I have absolutely no idea what the fuck that was. I'm being hacked by the smuggling ring. Oh god. Yep. Yeah, and so the smuggling ring was smuggling Babalese ink out of Babal. And it would appear that Manny was the head of the smuggling ring. But this would seem to have just been essentially a front to hide the identity of the true leader of the smuggling ring. Oh, that's delicious. Right, the counterfeit bills that were stored in, I believe, Manny's safe. And they were lit on fire in order to essentially... They were lit on fire by Callisto to hide the evidence of the smuggling ring's operations, right? And then, of course, the big fire on the third floor, that was to cover for the burning of the bills. Then the Babalese ink, right? That makes sense. It glows green when it's burned. The passion flowers, I have no idea where these are going to come in. Although, I did notice something last time, which I think I forgot to mention. But I did notice it. And that is that we got a new piece of evidence that seems to have been the sticks for the passion flowers. But not really, right? The other Prima Duck statue, right. The Moss second note, which is... So Manny Kochin had tasked Mas the Mosque, supposedly, to steal Alabast's Prima Duck statue. This is because Manny, being one of the few people that... Being one of 4 people in the world that are able to touch the Prima Duck statues, right? Manny is basically one of 4 people in the world that would know that Alabast's statue was the real one. Now, of course, the statue had been swapped out, so it was actually fake. But Manny obviously didn't know this when he commissioned Mas the Mas II. It's a hell of a name to say. So Manny believed that the Alabast statue was the real one, so he sent Mas the Mas to steal it in advance of the evaluation, right? So what I'm thinking here is two possibilities, right? Someone other than Manny swaps the statues around, and then Manny sends Master Mask after the real statue, but he gets caught in the act and he gets killed, right? Now, someone from if he was caught by, like, Ambassador Alba was a soldier, so he's definitely killed people in the past, and if he saw someone trying to steal the statue and he believed it was the real one because he didn't know they had been swapped, then he would probably try to stop them with force if necessary, and that could have been the reason that could have led to the death of Master II. But then that begs the question, who swapped the statues in the first place? Because it wasn't Manny, because he still believed that because he still believed that the statues... He still believed that Alabast had the real statue, hence why he sent Master Mask. And it couldn't have been Ambassador Poleno, because he believed Alabast had the real statue, hence why he asked Manny to help him, because he knew that since they had the wrong statue, they would fail the appraisal that was going to be happening later today, or yesterday at this point, I suppose, by 7 minutes. So it couldn't have been anyone on the Babal side, but then that begs the question. But, okay. If Manny didn't swap the statues, and Poleno didn't swap the statues, the only two other people in the world that know which statue is real and which statue is fake, and therefore would have a reason to swap them, are Ambassador Alba and whoever his secretariat is, who we haven't met yet. Now, there's first of all the fact that why would the people from Alabast give away their real statue and exchange it for the fake statue of Babal? That doesn't make any sense. And if we again assume that maybe Ambassador Alba caught Master Mask in the act of trying to steal the statue and killed him, then that also eliminates him as a suspect, which means the only person in the world who could have swapped the statues would have been Ambassador Alba's secretariat, who we haven't met yet. And so I don't think this game would just bring in a new character this late into the trial and have them be the big bad all along or some shit, you know? Hey, Tutgunbu, finale finally? Maybe. That it depends on how fast we can go through it. It's possible that we don't finish today, but we will try. So that's why that possibility doesn't make sense to me that much, because, at least from my perspective, the only person in this scenario that I think could have possibly swapped the statues would have been Alba's secretariat, who we've never met, so it wouldn't make sense for them to introduce him this late on. So I don't know. So then that whole thing is wrong. And to quote Mia Fey, when you eliminate the no, that's Sherlock Holmes. What's the Mia quote? I forgot. It doesn't matter. We'll go with the Sherlock Holmes quote instead. Once you eliminate the impossible, what remains must, however illogical, be the truth. So, what if Master II actually succeeded in stealing the statues? Right? What if Manny Kochan, right, commissions Master II to not to steal the statue, but to swap them? Because, again, obviously, if Alabast's Primaduck statue suddenly disappears the day before the appraisal, and then all of a sudden, Babal seems to have the real statue, that would be really suspicious. Also, if anyone then chooses to investigate the Babalese embassy, they'd also find the fake statue there, and so then they'd know that Babal had stolen Alabast's statue, so that wouldn't work. The only way for this to work would be to swap the statues. That way, during the appraisal, it's determined that Babal has the real statue, and Alabast has the fake one. And the only people who would know the statues had been swapped would be the 4 people who, well, plus Mastamas. So the 5 people in the world that knew which statue was real. And of course, then it would just be a case of he said, she said, so Alabast couldn't argue shit. So, if Manny commissioned Mastamas II to swap the statues, what if he succeeded? What if he stole the Alabast statue, placed it in Babal, then took Babal's statue, placed it in Alabast, but as he was placing the statue in the Alabast side, that's when Ambassador Alba found him and killed him. Or someone else. It doesn't necessarily have to be Ambassador Alba, although that just seems like the most likely, based on what we know. Then that would explain both how the statues were swapped, and it would completely resolve all the contradictions. I guess then the question would just be, how the fuck did Mastamas pull that off? Because if he did, Mastamas II, a fucking imitator, is a better thief than Callisto Yu, supposedly one of the 3 members of the Yatagarasu, ever was. I swear, I'm never gonna get over how much of an incompetent fool Callisto Yu is. She's so bad at, she's so bad at this. She's so fucking bad. She was so easy to pin down. Girl leaves behind evidence like breadcrumbs, I guess. So, but I don't know. This is all pure speculation. We're gonna need to learn some more, and maybe hopefully meet the Secretariat on the Alabast side, before we can really figure out what the meaning of that. The Samurai Spear, this doesn't matter. The Samurai Dogs probably won't matter, at least not for now. At least I don't know how they would matter. Silhouette Lantern, the pick, right. This is part of the knife handle from the Bobbly... No. This is part of the knife handle from the Alabastian knife, right? No, we don't... Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so a piece of Alabast's knife, the knife that killed Manny Cochin, broke off and somehow either ended up in the fountain or it got wet during, or maybe it was in, the upper floors of the Babal Embassy, and it got wet while they were putting out the fire. I'm still not sure what that means, but we found it in the open air stage. Then the perfume, the fountain spouts. Right, and we know the water was used recently. My guess is that they used it to help put out the fire on the Babal side, but I'm not sure since that's on the wrong side. Then there's this, the supposed photo of the Yatagarasu, right? There's still 2 pieces of evidence that we don't know the significance of, right? The wire and the photo. Because these took place after the 4th and 5th fires. This was long before Kay ran off after Callisto and Manny was, well, actually Manny was probably already dead by then, but could this be how okay, if we are assuming that Mastamas II was the one that swapped the statues, right? What if the way he swapped the statues was putting essentially a zip line from one room to the other and then just zipping the and then just pulling the statue across? That would allow him to go across from the Alabast side to the Babal side without having to cross through the Theatrum Neutralis by going directly over the wall. It would explain this photo. It would explain, although it would explain the presence of the wire. The problem with that is, I'm sure that would work for Babal's statue, right? Which is hollow, so the wire should be able to hold it up, but I'm pretty sure the Alabast statue is solid gold, the real one. I'm I'm pretty sure the real one is solid gold through and through, in which case... In which case, I don't know if the wire would be able to hold it, but that would then also explain what the reason for the first fire was. Master II lit the Babal embassy on fire so that while everyone was distracted by the fire, he could then do the exchange, right? That would then explain the photo of the Yatagarasu. It would explain the fires, or at least the first fire. The second fire was lit by the killer of Cochin. Well, no, the second fire was lit by Callisto to burn up the counterfeit bills and evidence of the smuggling. Master Poleno's testimony, the wire, the revolving fireplace door, and then the hair sticks. The candy stripe pattern on them. There's some dirt on the tips, right? Because they're not actually hair sticks. They are, yeah, they're the stakes that the passion flowers grow on. Which means these passion flowers are in Ambassador Alba's office, right? So it's possible there was a pair of passion flowers in Ambassador Poleno's office, and that's where these sticks come from? I'm not sure what that means, but sure. Then the trump card. Yeah, these were the orders given to Manny Cochin by the and yeah, the black card with the white Yatagarasu, that's the symbol that the leader of the smuggling ring always uses. And then the videotape evidence from KG8, Faraday had obtained it once, but Ernest Amano had stolen it. Is this the... This blood belongs to Detective Faith, who was killed in my office by Mr. Portsman. Sadly, it would appear that he was partnered with anyone but a good prosecutor. Right, but do we remember what this tape was for? The KG8 incident. This is the case in which the unwitting CCU was murdered, and she was to expose the connection between the Amano group and the smuggling ring. This is also when the group from the Yatagarasu was first formed. Are the events of this case connected to that case from 10 years ago somehow? In a lot of ways, yeah. Yeah, interesting. I guess we'll need to find a cassette player and, well, it's a videotape player, I mean. And, stick this in and see if we can, see what this is. Because this is apparently important, and that's why Bad wanted to keep it safe, you know? Alright, enough lollygagging. Let's get back to it. So, now we know who the Yatagarasu truly was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons crossed country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Zipline. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggled them in, huh? You'll need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Oh, cool. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Perfect. So what actually did we get rid of? A couple of things. Alright, cool. And we can see what's going on in that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Yeah, sure thing, sir. Alright, what do we got? Cochin? It's me! This man, it's Manny Cochin. And yeah, he's holding... I'm guessing this is the entrance to what used to be the Theatrum... or what now is the Theatrum Neutralis, but before then it was just the lobby of the embassy of Godofio. And on his right hand, he's obviously holding the card, which instructed him to kill CCU. And on his left hand, I can't really see that well, but I assume it's a knife. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. Oh. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file in the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. Oh, I don't know why I assumed it was in the embassy, like with the murder of Dead Man. So this footage was shot at the entrance of the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it. Yeah, but it's a piece of evidence for a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to the case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Eh? That bit you played just now, please show it to me again. This car, this is something we cannot overlook. That looks like the Cadofia flag, right? Let's see. We don't have any information on the two countries here. But yeah, that definitely seems like a Cadofia car. Hey, what is it, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Yeah, the flag. Take that! This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadofia. And because it was the national flag on it, we know this has to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what is a government car doing here, there? Did Manny come from it?
Ah, Miss Von Carine, Mr. Edgeworth, so you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba. I mean, I guess it wouldn't be really that surprising that the car was there if that's the car Manny came in, since Manny did work at the Cadofia embassy. But we also know Alba was, I believe, the ambassador of Cadofia back before the split. So that could also be his car, in which case it would make sense that he was the leader of the smuggling ring.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. It had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot Quackus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Could you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you apprehended the thief that turned the embassy upside down. And we're in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Babalese police?
Ambassador, we're so close. Just a little more and...
Miss Von Dharma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
Why are you trying to stop us, old man? That's true, however... As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way.
Lang!
Yo!
Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so. Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
What does Long Shi say about this? At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. People can be so inconsiderate these days.
No, not like that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You? No? Killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie.
And who is it?
Very well. Let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Shih-na. Lang Shi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damas II's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma.
Never let bro cook again! Nah, he ain't cooking shit! I thought he was cooking for a second. Nah. Never let him in a kitchen again! I was the killer. Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah. Although, whip is actually quite, Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing my adoptive sister of murder?
Yeah, I am.
Agent Lang, are you aware that so far every single person you have accused of murder has turned out to be innocent, without fault? It doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba he went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence that I am the killer?
Huh. I was just getting to that. Trust me. I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
With things this, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good. Then let's move out.
Hold on a second. Lang? Is there a deeper plan to all this? Hold up. Let him cook. Okay, maybe I'm just trying to hope for Lang to be redeemed as an investigator, right? Because obviously, I've always known that he's like a good guy, but his investigation methods have been fucking terrible so far, you know? So maybe this is just my hope that Lang gets redeemed as an investigator. Because let's imagine that Lang doesn't actually believe that Franziska is the killer. Let's say Lang believes that Alba is the killer, like I've been thinking, right? In that case, if Alba's the killer, then he's obviously trying to obstruct our investigation because he's worried that we'll find out that he is the killer. That's why he wants us out of here. But when Lang comes in and says,
"Actually, we suspect Franziska. I'd like to see your office one more time just to confirm my suspicions."
then Alba is like,
Hold on 1 second. They don't suspect you, Quackus. They suspect the irritating woman with the whip. Very well, I'll let them inspect a little bit more so that they can find her guilty, and then I'll be free to go.
and then that gets us into the embassy, allowing us to investigate further to find evidence that Alba is the real killer. Please let this be real. Please don't let this be just a massive coincidence where Lang is like just randomly accusing Franziska for no reason, but then as a result we end up finding the real killer. Please let this be Lang actually like pulling one of the greatest bluffs I've ever seen in Ace Attorney. Please, please.
Oh, don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
I guess I should. The more the merrier. Especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like on the Alabas yet. Hey, if you look gay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. Yeah, let's go. The squad, pull it up. The new Yatagarasu. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Hey, okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and ready to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is gonna be real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
All right, Lang, let's see if you can redeem yourself. That outline looks so fucking funny. It looks like he just fucking fell off the... It looks like he just fell from the ceiling and died from the fall. Like he just got splattered, dude. 12:53 a.m. Alabastian Embassy Ambassador's Office.
Okay, Now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babao. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of the Mas II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found the murder weapon was this Primaduck statue. And this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, there's no one else who could have pulled it off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring. You wanted any evidence you could find. So, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and the other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if it all were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Huh. Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country. Hey now!
He did not! He did not just do that! Oh, I love Lang so much! Oh, that was badass!
Look, sis. I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Shih-na certainly is.
He's right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already! Francisca, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence.
That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor.
And I'm betting that's what Lang is banking on. That we'll prove him wrong. That we'll prove Francisca innocent by proving Alba guilty.
But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course. Your explanation is to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well.
Of course. And I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Mas II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damas II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what else I can do.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor! Let's get started.
Yes, let's. Alright, straight into testimony. Border crossing weapons.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochan. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damas II is Babal's Primaduck statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries in impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
Yeah, but what you're... So long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. Yeah, but obviously the issue here is that... Okay, smuggling a knife across? That's easy. Just stuff it in your coat. But the statue is... The statues are quite big, you know? Like... There's no way she'd just be like, carry it under her arm and no one would question it, you know? Like, it wouldn't make any sense. So the statues couldn't have just been brought over through the Theatrum Neutralis. Especially since both the doors are guarded at all times.
You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one plausible. Your boss.
But what if a man could fly? Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself.
What are you talking about?
By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Ji never said anything to that effect.
You prosecutor! Who do you think you are, speaking about Long Ji's proverbs like that?
I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you'll need to see the truth. Woo! Alright, let's get this. Let's do this. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines.
Good, but that's not the only thing we did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one.
Right, that's, I think, the big sticking point here, to me at least. Now you're saying that the Primrock statue was also brought over by Francisca. No, it was very definitely... They tied a wire across the embassy courtyard and then simply moved the statue using the wire, and due to just an insane stroke of luck, Lotta Hart managed to snap a picture. Although, actually, that begs the question, right? Didn't Lotta Hart hear a loud noise before she, which caused her to look over and take the picture? Or am I just confusing this with, Turnabout Goodbyes from the first game? I might be. If so, I'm interested in what that might be, because I don't see anything that could produce a like significant noise.
Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
And how exactly did she bring it over?
I haven't figured that out yet.
That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are.
Maybe. There's one thing I do know for sure.
These two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Or the world could cross over that.
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all the barbed wire. I mean, I don't know. Considering the fact that 2 murders have taken place, the literal, like, most prized possession of both countries were stolen and swapped, a pair of knives crossed the border, and then Mazda II, a fucking phony copycat, managed to sneak in here as well? I'm sorry. I'm not too convinced by the impenetrability of these I'm kind of doubtful of their security, if I'm gonna be honest with you.
The only way to either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Primrock statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera equipped, well guarded doors.
So then why is there no video of her carrying the fucking Primrock statue through? You've literally just defeated your own argument, dummy. Was Francisca really the only person who traversed between the two countries?
According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. Sis there was in Elbas when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Coach's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's what you brought the knife into Babal.
So she brought the knife so that then Shih-na used to kill Kochin? Your argument makes no sense. Because you acknowledge that Shih-na killed Kochin, even though Shih-na herself still holds firm that she didn't murder Kochin. But if you believe Shih-na did murder Kochin, then you're saying that Franziska gave the knife to Shih-na? It makes no sense. I think he's purposely making a bad argument so that we'll tear it apart and expose Alba in the process. Then how do you explain the Primaduck statue?
I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that those two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traversed across country lines.
The only things that cross the border are the Primaduck statue and the knife. I should hardly think those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Objects. Two objects. I guess we counteract this with the fact that I bust your knife, the Yatagarasu key, they get different paper documents, the counterfeit bills, passion flyers. I lost Primaduck statue. Is it the other Primaduck statue? Because we know both of them must have been swapped, right? Yeah, used to be be real, but has been swapped with a fake one. Uses the weapon. That's the one that we know got swapped. Yeah, there was the other Primaduck statue. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two that crossed the border tonight.
Oh?
The Master II was killed with Babal's Primaduck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primaduck statue go?
The Babal!
Precisely. If the two statues really were switched, this means both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
Huh. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items. Only that Sis is the only one who could have done it. The only person who went back and forth between Alabas and Babal is her.
Is that really true? So no one else who traversed between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. The Yatagarasu. Is that really so, Agent Lang?
What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easy.
But suppose that there was another way other than through the theater doors.
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. Pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
It looks like we got some clever idea in your mind.
I do, but I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me the other route.
The piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. Yeah. The Yatagarasu. Now, whether that's the Yatagarasu or Master II is up for debate, but let's just assume it's the Yatagarasu for now.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly.
No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Shih-na somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
I've got your wings right here. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka. Very well. You'll have your explanation.
Doesn't you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours? Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is...
It's the Primiduck statue.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object. The Primiduck statue replica.
You can't be serious.
The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Shih-na, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Mr. Prosecutor. You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
I know I did.
She launched it through the air. Huh. How exactly did she do that?
He is literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis! Remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
And just before the murder, Francisco was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer the question, I'll need to hear a testimony from Miss Von Karma. And use Little Thief.
Oh? What are we up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in the room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
Huh. Don't you think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too! I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I'd like to hear about your movements in the room. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information. That is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred.
Huh. Alright. Let's try this your way for a change. But what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time. I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no.
As you wish. But I'll have you know, Agent Lang, unlike you, I don't bark. I just bite. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty the Alabastian Embassy.
God duty.
As I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were placed, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of the situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Let's press some more details out of her, shall we? As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. That's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police security detail. I did all that. Then after that...
Hold it!
So you were in the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching the stage show. Oh, yes. San Francisco was there. After the show was over, I saw the Steel Samurai off. In the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Ha! Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Ah! Calm down, Francisca! They must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. This is called back by Ambassador Alba. His office.
Hold it!
At that time, Damas II's body had yet to be found in the room, correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
Huh, a criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
I'll keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
Plants. The plants. That's important. And the hair sticks. Here, we actually haven't looked at these yet. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. I suppose. Where's that dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? The design of these things is rather eccentric for hair sticks. Huh, really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? These are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I've ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? That's a secret! Curiouser and curiouser. Yeah, I don't think this is... My first instinct is that this is, Yeah, my first instinct is that these hair sticks are actually what were used to anchor down the zip line, and that they were hidden as stakes for the passion flowers on both sides. So if Alba was watering the flowers, that could be because he had just finished taking down the zip line and putting the sticks back, maybe.
Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony. Let's hear some details.
So Ambassador Alba was in this room at this time, was he?
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? Miles, are you fucking retarded? I have eyes! What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side. The window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then you entered the room. His body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself, and is growing them with the utmost care, you know?
Yes. The plants in this room, they are all my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. 4 of them? 4 of them! Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What I do not understand. I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append this statement to your testimony. Very well.
Hold it!
I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct? Yes, I should hardly think I could have misconstrued such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deeper meaning to this statement. It appears that I must take a gamble in its meaning for me to make any progress. The Primidex statues are already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, that Francisca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. Yep, there's only 2. But oh, you can actually see the holes where the other 2 were supposed to be.
Objection!
Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way.
Huh, I knew it. I knew we could have trusted your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir. You keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
All I've done is state what I saw. I've made not a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion of murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important in this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it's a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Huh. Let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
It proves that Shih-na was in this room before the murder, and she took the sticks with her. I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. Yep, 2 have been dug out. I won't rest until I inspect every single nook and cranny. Alright, let's try the watering can first. This watering can has a rather robust design. Miss Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, keep wasting time talking about that. Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested. I'd better examine something else. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there's only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I'll need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Not yet. I still have a thing or two left to examine. This flower box, it appears to be made of marble. It looks that way. But so what? Is it something that's so important that you absolutely had to mention it? No, not exactly, but... Miles, Edgeworth, you do understand our current situation, don't you? Yes, of course, I'm fully aware of the situation. Oh, then in that case, allow me to ask you once again. Is what the flower box made of really all that important? It would appear the construction of the flower box is not that important. Right, and now let's look at the holes in the door. This patch of soil looks like it had something removed to it.
Huh. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Let's climb up all of a sudden. I'm still here, waiting for an explanation, you know?
Did you know, Agent Lang? Flowers are best appreciated in silence. It looks like two things were pulled out of this flower box. Now we're ready. I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in that face of your current plight, but I leave doubt it will last until the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. We'll see if you have any bite to bark up that bite after I see the evidence. The truth the fashion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece. The hair sticks. Shih-na, who was supposedly in Baba the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe that it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers.
Huh. So what? Is that really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we've found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Hiya!
So much for airtight security. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks are originally in alabaster, but somehow they wound up in Shih-na's hands, who was in Baba the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Baba.
How did these support sticks find a way to Baba and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you could please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
It's another stick, isn't it?
So it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used, something in this room. That's when it all comes into focus. With the crossbow?! That's how she set up the zip line! She fucking tied the wire to the fucking thing and then shot it at the other building? And the object that completes the picture when used as a support sticks is... This is insane!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting?
I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows.
Hiya!
I've done it. I've found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. How does this explain how the statues were transported? Because she tied the wire to the statue, then fired it into the opposite window, then went over, and obviously she didn't like fire it into the wall, which that wouldn't make any sense. She just fired it into the other room, where then because that's how the wire was then spread across both windows, then she just had to tie it down. Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all.
Border Crossing Part 2.
So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here. They would even fire the arrows from this side. They wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues don't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
The primitive statue didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't.
Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary in this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Now allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Allow me to show to you the magic of Maximilian Galactica.
Hold it!
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
Huh! And what an incredible scene it was! This photo was taken by freelance photojournalists, right?
Yes, so I hear.
Not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures on tabloids.
Yeah, Lotta did used to be a paranormal photographer. That's the whole reason why she was at... I forget what the lake's name is, where she spotted, where she caught a picture of the inflatable steel samurai, I think? Sinking into the lake and thought it was the lake monster? During Turnabout Goodbyes? Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen these sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times where the photos have turned out to be telling the truth. In Turnabout Goodbyes! You were there for that one, weren't you? If you ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible.
Huh! You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now. Courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. There really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct?
But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow is not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. Yeah, the wire.
Hold it!
The thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer.
Well, come on then, show me what you've got. But I'll warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing.
This is what was launched from the Alabastian office of the crossbow. Oh, I didn't mean to already do this. Alright, I guess we're going for it.
Take that!
Finally. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which now carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
Huh, I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see what you're trying to say. You're saying the wire was tied to an arrow, then shot into Mr. Coachin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy, down to the 3rd floor of the Baolis Embassy.
Yeah, so the thing is, right? That's great for getting items from Alabas to Babal, because then you just hook them on the wire and they slide on down. But getting stuff from Babal to Alabas, how does that help us? Because then for that, you would have to, like for that, you'd have to be going upwards, right?
And what you're claiming is really what happened. I see how Alabas Primidex statue could be moved. Gravity would be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. Then what about Babal's Primidex statue? Dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Ball.
That's where the other one comes in. No, but then it would be, No, that's right. That's why that's why you needed 2 arrows. Because you fire 2 sets of wires. One of them you tie up and turn into a zip line. The other one, you simply keep one side on Alabast, right? Then you tie the other side to the Primiduck statue, then head back over to and hook it up to the wire. Then you head over to the Alabast side, and then you pull on the wire to bring the statue up. That makes sense?
Going in the opposite way of gravity for the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy.
And that, of course, leads to both of the support sticks ending up on the Babal side.
To the 5th floor of the Alabastian embassy? How to explain that?
I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head.
Motion? What motion?
This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primiduck statue. Rotary motion, swinging motion, bungee action? Where's the option for pulling? What? Okay, it's obviously not rotary. Nothing's fucking rotating here. There's nothing elastic involved, so it's not bungee. Swinging is the only thing that would make sense. But how? Edgeworth, my boy, I think you're overcomplicating this, but we're gonna go with swinging. Right? Or bungee. By bungee, do you just mean pulling? Or do you actually mean elastic? But no, it could be elastic. Let's try bungee. I think that's the closest to what I was envisioning. I'm not sure how it would really work. Like, you'd have to, like, somehow stretch out an elastic thing, then tie it to the statue, and then the elastic thing would pull the statue up. Like, that would work. But I'm not entirely sure how you'd pull it off, but it's the closest to what I was thinking. A bit of bungee action was employed.
Bungee action? Saying that the wire was touched to a bungee cord and the statue was hauled up?
That's a simple way of putting it, but yes.
Huh! Think about the weight of the statue at all? Think it's solid gold! Or that thing ever reached the office window, the wire would have snapped. But okay, let's consider your idea and say that the wire has the elasticity required. Fire that kind of wire from a crossbow. The arrow would come sailing back at the person who shot it. Talk about dangerous.
Yeah, okay. He's absolutely right.
I thought this sort of thing was common knowledge. Yeah, I'm having a bit of a hard time now dealing with a jurisdiction thief who lacks understanding of the most basic things like physics, Mr. Prosecutor.
Unfortunately for me, it appears Agent Lang is correct. Hey! Ace Attorney, you don't get to talk to me about physics after that travesty that you pulled off during Bridge to the Turnabout, okay? Okay? I swear, if you say swinging motion and it's some bullshit like Bridge to the Turnabout, after you just lectured me about physics, oh, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna calm down and think through this once more. There's only one feasible motion that could have been used to send the statue up. Swinging? A swinging motion was employed.
Huh. Sure thought that one through, Mr. Prosecutor. So they used that. Statue would swing right at the building's wall.
It does have me there.
For shame. You should sign yourself up for grade school physics.
Not realize. What do you mean rotary motion? I'm at a loss for words to that. I need to calm down and think this. I believe it was done via rotary motion. The two statues were transported simultaneously. That's not rotary motion! Hello? That's potential energy! It's not even rotational potential. It's not even a rotation. It's a conversion of potential energy to kinetic energy to potential energy, and it's not even rotational kinetic energy. What? What? The fuck you mean rotary?
Simultaneously get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Did I ever say there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with two ends of the wire attached to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Like she says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, top would have sank too much to the point where the statues would collide anyways.
Agent Lang, as you know, the Permadex statue is one-of-a-kind national treasure. Like the Babal statue is a hollow replica of the real statue. It would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning my idea is very possible.
Like she says.
Ow! Okay, so it makes sense. It's just rotary motion is not the right word for that. Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator sat themselves in two different rooms. Callisto and Kay. I guess we're assuming it's Von Karma right now. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues and proceeded to transport them. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Pudding is a nice dessert. So, you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I would take a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir.
I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, but there's one more piece of evidence.
One more. That should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that's right here in this very room. It made the circular belt transportation method possible. The fan? That doesn't make sense. Are we saying that it was that they tied the wire to the fan? I mean, I guess that would make sense on this side, but on the Babal side, the fan is too high up. That would hit the that would hit the top of the window still, so that wouldn't make sense. I mean, it would make sense for this one, right? I don't think it's the sword or the knives. Those don't make sense. I mean, it has to be the fan, right?
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece of the trick are two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fan double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there's one installed in each office, the ceiling fan's made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on.
Ah! Hurrah!
This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
Really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. Bet you figured it out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot who set the real life stage show is, don't you?
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabaster and Babalis offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case.
Well, don't you dare make a wolf wait for his food.
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, then why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. Exactly. Because it's none other than Ambassador Alba. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. Oh! Prosecutor's badge, embassy guide, permit X statue, the notes. What could it be here? It's obviously Alba, but how do we prove that? The pick? The pick is obviously part of the Alabastian knife handle, right? Samurai dogs. Present from embassy staff, Miss Oldbeg took and ate a few from the dressing room. I don't see how that helps us. The pick, found in the open air chase, looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Right, this is from the Alabastian knife. But again, I don't see how that helps us. Fountain spouts, so the Yatagarasu fires and ball, wire, a rolling fireplace. Videotape. I'm at a loss here. What could it be? Because I know we're trying to finger Alba, but what here lets us finger him specifically? The note to Master Mask? Was Master Mask's job to sneak in and set up the zipline? No, but Manny would have no reason to know. That's what it is. I'm at a loss here. I don't know. Give Alabast. Release ink. Crafted knives. Let's try the Master Note?
Take that!
And this is it. Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Where's my real dessert? How long do you intend to keep it from me? Piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all.
Stop being so picky and eat your food. Trick used to smuggle his statues. I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who it is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. Arrows. So we'll try the pick.
Take that!
Yeah, no, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on, let me pop a save real quick, because I feel like we might actually lose here. Because I'm legitimate. I have no idea what Edgeworth is trying to do here. Like, obviously, I know he's trying to point the finger at Alba, but how? No, half health. This is dangerous. No. 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 Tucked at the base of the neck, the body was badly burnt by the fire. This is carried across country lines. Not the pick. This embassy. Ethiopian paper document. Counterfeit bills. Is it just the fact that the passion followers were Alba's? The only thing I can think of. Nothing else makes sense unless you want us to bring out the trump card or the videotape.
Take that!
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They planted so long ago, the passion flowers had that time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact the culprit knew that both officers had ceiling fans tells us that the person had very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So you may have already guessed the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Quercus Alba. Lang is smiling. I think he was banking on this from the beginning. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I'm sure that he's the culprit.
Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all the stuff he just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that?
I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd.
Just one thing, huh?
That one single end result Ambassador Alba thought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of that complex trick, I believe we'll finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. The pick? It's the only piece of evidence that we haven't examined yet, right? No, but it needs to speak to Quercus's motive. What's his motive? Badge the guide. Yatagarasu key. Documents to counterfeit bills. Were they planning to smuggle the counterfeit bills inside the Babal Primaduck statue? It is hollow inside. You could smuggle whatever, you could use it to smuggle whatever you wanted to the Alabastian side, right? It was a fake. Stuff with the real one is originally from Alabast. Can we try examining the inside of Babal's statue? Which is actually Alabast's now, right? Alright, that's one thing. The other thing is, like, I still don't know where the pick comes in, you know? Or maybe the video. Those are the three. Let's try the Primaduck statue. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real statue for the fake... Yeah, exactly. It would make sense for Manny or Paleno to try to swap the statues. But what motive would Alba have? He didn't want the statue. He wanted what was inside. I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better ask that reason than King Primadux himself?
I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission.
How do we open it up? Maybe a shield? A shield, huh? Doesn't do anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean the guy's protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting this time for? Look at something else. Head? This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that it was picked to be Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of the neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right! Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in construction.
What? Hurry up!
Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here it goes. Oh, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? Huh. A more thorough examination if it is required. What in the... is this?
Hey! Is that what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. Yeah. Manny was using those plates and the printer on the Babal side to print the counterfeit bills. But I think they were onto him, right? So him and Alba so Alba killed Manny, or had him killed, whatever, because he's the leader of the smuggling ring, and then used the fake Primiduck statue to try to then, obviously the counterfeit bills were just burned. That was easy to get rid of. But in order to get rid of the plate, he used the statue to smuggle it over. They finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. The Primiduck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue, obtaining the counterfeit plate from Shih-na, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue of Damas II. Then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai's sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba. Well, it's a hell of an accusation. But I think we've got him. At least on the murder of Mas II. But that still doesn't clear up what happened to Manny Kochin, and is Alba the leader of the smuggling ring?
You're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess. And it's all because of you!
You, the one who killed Master II? Answer us.
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Kochin.
Quit screwing around! I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. And there is one thing I'm sure of, is that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and it's the result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Ms. Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flippity-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
Come on, please! Let it be! Let my boy be redeemed as an investigator, please! Please, Ace Attorney devs, I forgot what studio makes your game. I know it. Is it just Capcom, or is it like some sub-studio within Capcom? Please, let my boy be redeemed. Hold on, let me actually look it up. Miles Edgeworth Investigations. Yeah, okay, it's just Capcom. Okay. Please, Capcom, please. Who's the writer? Takeshi Yamazaki, please. Let my boy be redeemed. You've made him so cool. He took a bullet to arrest Shih-na, but also to save her life. He fucking he caught Francisca's whip in midair. Come on.
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Yes! Yes! Oh, it's happening! It's happening! Oh boy, it's happening!
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fence into your wrinkly old neck.
That's my boy! That's my boy! I love Agent Lang. I love him. I love him so much. They actually went ahead and made... It's actually incredible, because, like, obviously Edgeworth is the best rival in the series, right? Franziska, I'm sorry, girl, can't hold a candle to him. Gato, he makes for a good villain, right? Gato makes for a fantastic villain. But as a prosecutor, as a rival for Right, he's just too incompetent for me to actually care, right? Because he's not a competent prosecutor, so I don't really see him as a good rival, you know? And then Gavin, I do think is better than Franziska and I do think Gavin is better than Franziska and Gato because he's a competent prosecutor, like Franziska, but he's also a good character like Gato, and he does help Apollo, and he's got this sort of weird bromance thing going on with Apollo, you know? Which I do think is a nice... I do think, you know, Gavin and Apollo have a very nice dynamic, especially if you listen to the lyrics of Love, Love, Guilty. The lyrics of Love, Love, Guilty, for anyone that hasn't read them in English, is basically, Gavin wants to go to fucking, it is basically, Gavin keeps turning... A bunch of girls want to go on dates with Gavin, but he keeps turning them down because he doesn't... Because instead of going on dates with them, he'd rather be fucking in the courthouse fucking debating, like, with Apollo, with a fucking short guy, with this fucking midget man. He... Like, that's literally the lyrics of Love, Love, Guilty. It's a... Like, I do think Apollo and Gavin have a really good relationship. But I'm gonna say, I think Lang is the second best rival in the series after Edgeworth. And I think it's fitting that they made a whole game based around the best rival in the series, Edgeworth, and then they gave Edgeworth a fittingly great rival as well. It's really cool. Though I still kind of wish the game had been about Emma as originally intended. We traded best girl for best boy. I will never recover. But... That's my boy. That's my boy! Woo!
From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in and take another look around.
So that's why you put on the big show to accuse Franziska of murder. Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights.
Yeah, if I'd have done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given us the okay to poke around.
So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using you as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow we were able to find some proof by investigating this room that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I mentioned to see that old man gets what's coming to him.
Oh, ho, ho. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. Unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I'd wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I'll tell you, I know nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You sought the real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
What? Okay, now you are starting to sound like Gatto.
Who's Gatto?
Oh, please, I don't want to get into this. Francis, can you remember that prosecutor you took over for once? Oh, for that one case with the bridge that was on fire, right? Yes, that very same. You know, that prosecutor you took over from was not a real prosecutor. He wasn't. No. He fucking showed up. He just showed up to the courthouse, claimed to be a prosecutor, and they let him in. Winston Payne was actually meant to prosecute all his cases, but he was too much of a pussy, but Gatto just broke his legs so he couldn't show up and then took his place. I don't even know how he got evidence. In fact, I don't think he ever got any evidence from the precinct. I mean, I've read the court reports of how that shit happens. It's some of the worst prosecuting I've ever seen in my life. I mean, you should have met. I never got the chance to meet the guy. I'm kind of disappointed. I would have fucked his shit up in a courtroom. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. And the proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. We can somehow find that proof now, and then we can see to it that justice is finally reserved. We need to find the cards that the ringleader hands out to his lackeys with instructions. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card in the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence.
Needless to say,
I was expecting you here.
we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary.
The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside the courts.
Now this is interesting. Because obviously, Edgeworth was essentially groomed by Manfred into believing that, like, a prosecutor's job is to just find everyone guilty all the time. But then he had his mind changed by right, and he believed that a prosecutor's job is to use evidence and find the truth. Because if a prosecutor and a defense attorney both play fair, and they both perform perfectly, then the evidence will speak for itself, and the truth will come to light, right? But now he gets conflicted because now he learns from Detective Bad that Detective Bad argues that some people simply can't be brought to justice through the legal system. Some people are just too powerful. They're too good at hiding their crimes. Sometimes you need to go outside the law to take down the bad guys. But in a sense, that's basically the same thing Edgeworth was after when he decided to become a prosecutor. After Yanni Yogi, who he believed have killed his father, got to go free thanks to Richard Hammond, right? He believed that as a prosecutor, he would never let a guilty man go free, no matter what he had to do. But he renounced those teachings. But now he's being confronted with that same concept again. So it's a really interesting idea to bring back the whole moral quandary that was essentially the centerpiece of Edgeworth's character in the first game, right? Oh, how is this gonna play out? Is he going to just, is he gonna reject Bad and the Yatagarasu and just, decide that, no, I'm not gonna use the illegal evidence, I'm gonna find a legitimate way to prove this guy guilty and show that the legal system works? Or is he gonna acknowledge that maybe there was a grain of truth in what Von Karma was saying all these years? Obviously, the difference is that Von Karma was basically just getting everyone found guilty, regardless of whether or not they were. Here, Bad is saying that sometimes someone who is guilty, you need to go outside the lines to get them found guilty. It's interesting. I wonder what direction Edgeworth will go.
That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law? What is justice? It's actually very similar to the core like moral theme of the Danganronpa V3, which I've actually brought up a couple of times before. The idea that, because the whole idea of Danganronpa V3 is the concept of truth versus lies, right? And in the end, it essentially, you come to the synthesis that saying the truth or lying, there's nothing inherently right about either of them. What matters, no. Danganronpa V3 essentially rejects the main paradigm of the first two games with hope versus despairs, and it says all that matters is finding the truth. Regardless of whether it brings hope or it brings despair, it's worthwhile to find the truth, even if you have to lie to get there. And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now. Oh! We actually get the choice. Well, let's take a look and see if... But I don't think there's any way for us to do it without the trump card. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zhengfa bills. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. If plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. Can I save? We're gonna save, because if these have, like, if there's alternate endings based on what you pick, that might be interesting to come back to. Well, I already made the thumbnail be Edgeworth, K, and Gumshoe standing in the spots of the old Yatagarasu as if they were the new Yatagarasu. So I guess I've already committed to going out, coloring outside the lines a little bit to bring justice. So let's go. There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists there was set by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinate.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know, the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The card and the video. Two pieces of evidence that will seal your fate.
Oh, very interesting. I must admit I'm curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented.
I pray the Yatagarasu was chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now's the time for me to bring fruition to the valiant spirit that was given to me. Michelle's lobby.
So, what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me?
Okay, so this was the right path. I'm gonna quickly restart the game. And I want to see what happens if we choose the other path. It probably is just like a fail, or maybe it doesn't let me. We'll see. We're still in part 1. Jesus. It's been 2 hours. I'm a prosecutor. I can't allow myself to use evidence such as these. So, Edgeworth, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away with it. I know, but...
Objection!
What are you holding back for? The only thing Yvonne Carver should pursue is the perfect proof. If you really do have what it takes to complete our argument, then there's absolutely no reason to not use it.
Lang Shi says, the reason people judge people is because people are people. People weren't born to be chained by the law. Laws are born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out to pasture. And that is the only way a second or a third generation of Zheng Fa's people will be born. Can you really still hesitate knowing the fate of a nation rests in your hand?
There's no limit to the law. Oh, okay, so he still arrives at the same conclusion. It's just he gets a nice little encouraging speech from the other people here, which I actually kind of like that, so I'll go with this. Yeah, this path shows him to be a bit more conflicted, but then the words from Lang, Francisca, and Kay help him help him make up his mind. Ooh. Alright, Quirkus, we're gonna get your ass. Yeah, I was really expecting the or this part to end right here, but I guess we're gonna keep going. March 15th, 1:34 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby.
So what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What do you see here? Security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. In this footage, we know the card is the directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order. There's the card in his hand.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
However, there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are. In fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. Yeah, the blood on the card. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment. It's an official Cadofian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, could you please magnify the footage? This footage directly links to Smuggling Ring, Cadofia. That's the card, right? That's Manny arriving.
Take that!
In the shape of this pocket, and the directives card in it, tells us that without a doubt, the person in this car is Mr. Cochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Oh! He's transforming!
You've done well, boy, to make it this far.
Okay, so this is the real Alba.
However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, but that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Cadofia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from the time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. That he really means that he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy? The only weapon
I have left now is this piece of footage. Must be something here that I can use against him. The reflection of his medal in the fucking window? Is that what I think it is? What the? Ambassador Alba?
Yes, what is it?
You're once an army man in the service of Cadofia. It was you who made that many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadofia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person who could be sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What? Oh my, what is happening to this poor man?
This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far, it looks like I just might lose a little game this time.
You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What?
Regarding the Damas II murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense.
Damas II attacked me, and I don't felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. The man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
Is that a bullet hole? Didn't Lotta Hart hear a bullet right before she took that photo? In which case, that couldn't have been Master Mask. But Damas II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over because I hit the weapon. You hit it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it is self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears.
Oh, it's not a bullet hole, okay. It's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked me. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's just enough to declare it so.
No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Damas II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, but if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that?
That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality.
That's right. The embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who confessed their crime, that's the court's job.
And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang.
Not the smuggling.
Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even in your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance and your expression. It's nothing like the face of one who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating out of your hands.
These crimes you'll speak of so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. And you may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These two layers of protection. The extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do? We really do seem to be at a standstill. We know who the criminal is, but we have no way to bring him to justice. So, I guess we're gonna have to once again go against the law in order to bring him to justice, but guess we'll see. March 15, 2:11 a.m. The entrance shots. Okay, so it looks like that was about 2 hours. That's about what I expected. So hopefully we'll be able to, if either this is the final chapter or there's two more and they're 2 hours roughly, then yeah, we'll definitely be able to finish the game today. Let's go.
I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality.
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
We can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist. And what the heck are laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu. Take care of this myself. Don't you dare. It's Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
Yeah, I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on the ambassador, after all. He did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. Yeah, but I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now? Formulate a better plan of attack. Come on, everyone! I can't give up yet! Okay. How about you think about something for a sec? We've never let up for even a second. As long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right! Come on, Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you.
Okay, I'll go check up a ball a bit more, sir.
And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Legend Faraday erased from my organizer. Okay. The Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. How do I? There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. Something happens on Alabastian soil, we're unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Damas II. Run a smuggling operation, make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Coton Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyways. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrong we commit, we can't bring him to trial here. Well, he's got diplomatic immunity, so I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? He might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of those special rights. I see. So that's your play. To nullify his extraterritorial rights. This is taken just before the two ambassadors give their bouquet to the Steel Samurai. Is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? The knife! I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. That's how the knife was smuggled across. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian clymens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. Nah. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is the yellow flower there? That one. I'm not sure. What, you don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Let's examine the rest. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Okay, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got all worked up here. The only way we're gonna be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. There's that troublemaker, standing smack in the center, making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Hey, but you said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must have known him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. He has ruined my favorite TV show. Fuck. Mr. Polino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy they were going to become Kadofia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who is always thinking of his country, is really to be admired. Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country again someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kadofia are locked away. And we will! Wait 1 second. It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet, on account of chamomile. Accent of chamomile! Wow! I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance. Okay, this is just a picture. Ah, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? What's your sense of empathy? You can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo. That's more like hallucination. You don't have to be mean about it. Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. Ambassador Alba is only an ambassador for Alabast. If Alabast and Babal reunify, well then, in that case, Alabast ceases to exist. And if that happens, his diplomatic immunity is gone too. That's an angle. The countries were supposed to be reunified today, or yesterday. Is there any way that we can make that go forward? I wonder. We can't go in this way, right? No. What do we have? Alright, let's look at the new stuff we have. Counterfeit client. Almost wound. Claims that it's proof that he was stabbed by Monster Mouse since it was justified self-defense. Right. What do you want to bet he was stabbed by Manny Cochin when he tried to kill him? After all, he is the one that smuggled the knife using the bouquet of flowers.
On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into... On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast.
But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not long ago.
She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in.
Sounds like Francisca's alright.
Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers.
Yep, definitely Francisca. Okay, I guess we're not going to Alabas, so let's go back to investigate Babal.
Oh, welcome to the embassy of Babal.
I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time.
Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we are offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fires Ashes Tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up?
Well, fine, thanks. You have an investigation to run. I mean, it's pretty impressive that they started work. Now they already have a tour of the burnt down embassy to fucking mere hours afterwards. It's impressive. We've come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course. And we gotta find a way to steal the truth and get it out there. For my father's sake. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Ah, inventory. Put it in the freezer. Alright, what time is it? 5:30-ish. Okay. I need to remember to take that fucking beer out of the freezer before it explodes. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in there. I'll start by thoroughly examining the room for any information I can find. The bouquet in the commemorative photo we saw earlier was really pretty, but Ambassador Alba looked completely nonchalant in that photo. Yes, he did. She must mean the photo that was taken at the theater. I remember thinking something about the bouquet Ambassador Alba was holding was off. Looking at him being so unfazed just makes me so mad. Actually, just seeing him with the Steel Samurai really bakes my biscuits. I'm a jamming ninja fan after all. He should be the one too. Okay, after we solve this, I have something I'd like to talk with you about. Huh? About what? Are you gonna give me a reward or something? You'll see, Kay. You'll see. Oh no! Hold on. Save image. Sources. What images do we have? We have the crack. I'm keeping the crack pipe. It's too good to get rid of. What does this do? This one does absolutely nothing. So we're gonna... Okay, there we go. Edgeworth explaining the Steel Samurai lore to Kay after the end of this case. Alright, Kay. Alright, Kay. We've now solved an international incident, taken down a international smuggling ring that has killed multiple people and stood decades, and we've helped two countries reunify. Now, it's still 5 hours until sunrise. Let me explain to you the Steel Samurai lore from beginning to end. Mr. Edgeworth, I don't think that's really necessary. No. Alright, so, let's start. Once upon a time, in the town of near old Tokyo, there lived a man named the Steel Samurai. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba's gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? You know... Oh, come on, you know what I'm talking about. The thing you do. You're talking about logic. Yes, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already. Alright. To be honest, it's a bit hard to connect everything up until now just by looking. However, I should be able to piece things together if I take another look at the leads. Perhaps now it's the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. We'll win this case with facts and logic. You'll see. I think there's some new stuff that we need to ask Kay about. Crossbow arrows. Okay, about this piece of evidence. Now, the Yatagarasu card. The videotape. I'll go back and trust you with this piece of evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. I think he believes that you're the one who will finally bring the truth to light. And I believe in you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay. No. No, okay. In that case, I mean, let's look at our logic, but I don't think we have anything right now. Oh, we have agitated Alba, Cochin's counterfeit operation, at least embassy, printing press, Babal's aim to make counterfeit bills, and then the renovations. Well, we can deduce stuff from this photo, so we can do that. Deduce! That's gonna be the knife. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly. Alabas is the flower. It appears that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. And the knife in this photo is most definitely the murder weapon. Nice. Do you have anything to say about that? No. Murder photo taken at the Theatrum Neutralis. The murder weapon you see in Mr. Alba's bouquet. Yeah, so Alba smuggled the knife over to where Cochin was, using the bouquet, then attacked Kochin with the knife. Kochin fought back with the scissors, which is where Alba got the stab wound. Then after Kochin was dead, he went back to Alabast. That's where he then set up the zip line with the help of with Shih-na's or Callisto's help, whichever one you want to use. And burned up the counterfeit bills while taking the counterfeit plates for himself. That's a lot of things cleared up, but what are we missing then? So then, yeah, I guess Manny Kochin really was going to steal the... He really did send Masta Mas to go steal the Primoduct statue. And it just turned out that, it was just the wrong moment to do it. Because, that boy, Alba had already swapped them. Alright, let's see if we can put some logic together here. It's gotta be Agitated Alba and the counterfeiting up, right? No! The pieces don't fit together quite right. So we never investigated the office. So we could try maybe that? No! This is not looking good. Then Kochin and the renovations? There we go! We know that counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the bubbly's ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably would have had to find a better hiding place, or get rid of it all. Right, so you can assume the renovation was the cause of the plate and bill's disposal. Right. And the reason Mr. Kochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one most to gain? It was Quercus Alba. It's the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador had a very strong motive to kill Manny Kochin. Yeah. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasures we may find. Oh, I accidentally closed out of the game. Oh, I'm so stupid. Okay, thankfully we're not too far into the chapter, so we didn't lose too much progress. Alright, part 2. Alright, and we can't skip forward because we haven't, since the game doesn't know we've seen the dialogue already. God damn it. Is there a fast forward mode on the emulator, maybe? Settings. BIOS, firmware, no. Tools. Not that I can see. I guess we're just gonna have to play through this. I also need to take my beer out of the fridge, so once I, freezer. So once we get back to the spot we were, that's when I'll take it out. Should be nice and cold by now. Yeah. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. So, we're not going to legally prosecute him. Yep. So we need to get rid of those rights. And we can do that by ensuring that Babal and Alabas rejoin in Katofia, because then he'll no longer be an ambassador. And, seeing as Alba hasn't done shit for Alabas, whereas my boy, the Gigachad Paleno, has single-handedly raised up Babal's tourism industry to, like, be, like, the main source of the country's revenue, as far as I can gather. Obviously, Paleno will be chosen to be the Kadofian ambassador, and Alba will be thrown out on the street where we can fucking take him down. It really is crazy how exhausting playing visual novels is. I don't know if it's just so much reading, or if it's specifically because I'm doing like all these voices and shit, but like yesterday, I played Alan Wake for 7 hours on stream, and I didn't want to stop. I just wanted to keep going. I probably, like, if it wasn't like nighttime, I probably would have kept going and gone up to like maybe 10 hours. Because I was fucking loving that game. And I was just having fun and relaxing. Here, we're not even 3 hours in, and I'm already feeling tired, which is, you know, not ideal. I guess it's just the type of game that it is. It's just mentally exhausting, you know? But hopefully we will continue and finish it off today, and then yeah, ideally I also want to finish off Alan Wake this week, because it's a pretty short game. There's 6 chapters in the main game, if I remember correctly, and then 2 DLC chapters, which means and we did 3 chapters yesterday, which means 1 more stream, which will be Friday. We should be able to finish off, yeah, with just 1 more stream, we should be able to finish the game. And then all that we need is, to do the DLCs, which I should also be able to do in 1 stream, so yeah, I can finish off Alan Wake in a couple more episodes, which will be nice. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Cochin and the renovations. And the upside about losing the progress is that now we didn't lose that health. The embassies press. Yeah, exactly. No, what do you think was the one with the most to gain? It was obviously Crocus. Motor to kill Manny Cochin. And that's why he's so agitated. Alright, and we finally have made it back. So let me get my... Oh yeah, that is ice cold. Let's go. Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Manny Cochin. Got the Samuel Adams Winter Lager. It's not as good as the their Oktoberfest beer, but it's still nice. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Was Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Paletto to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that's the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primadux statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Master II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? It's a definite possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. The question now is, how did he do it? It's actually kind of surprising that Manny was actually like... He was working, because... Manny has literally murdered people on Alba's orders before, but now he was essentially working against Alba. I guess Paletto really is a Giga Chat. He's just like such a nice guy, and he just asked Manny politely, hey, by the way, could you betray your like boss that you've been working for 10 years, who'll probably murder you if you do so? And Manny's like, yeah, sure. Ambassador Alba was an Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with Mr. Cochin was killed. In a place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. So Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... in the Theatrum? Or in the Embassy of Babal?
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What, here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been in is here. If that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. That wipes out one of the extraterritorial rights he has. That makes logical sense, in which case, it is a reason for us to investigate further. So, what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. The problem would be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. Francisca? I'm already one step ahead of you. Miles Edgeworth. Francisca. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Very nice. I've been waiting for this ever since they mentioned the security cameras. They move fast. I thought Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down and say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Doesn't she patronize me enough already for a lifetime? This video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in there that we can use. Okay, Alba at 520. Steel Samurai at 523. Which minute's footage should I examine? Let's go in chronological order. So, oh yeah, there's nothing here. I don't remember all these posters. I wonder what they're off. I do remember a bunch of these hanging in that hallway. I believe they were all related to tourism and sightseeing. And Alabast, impossible. If it were Babal, I would believe that, however. No, there are posters promoting tourist traps in this country. And I believe they're mostly of Gatewater land. I see. They're targeted at the embassy staff. Yeah, there's a security guard. This man is the immigration officer who is on duty. He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it. I wonder if he's just the grumpy sort, although that wouldn't do much for tourism. Hey, he smiled a little just now. I wonder if he recalled something funny. Well, if he did, he still have that hard glare in his eyes. It would appear that he was born with stern-looking eyes. Rather fitting for someone in a security business, I'd say. 5:21 p.m. That's just after the end of the Steel Samurai stage show. Correct. We're still inside the theater itself around this time. Well, because Mr. Edgeworth wouldn't get out of his seat. I wanted to show the actors my appreciation for a bit and soak in the atmosphere. Yeah, with your eyes closed and a complete lack of motion except for some breathing. Oh. There's the door leading into the Theatre Neutralis. I tried so hard to get through this door, you know, but I just couldn't get in. It felt so great when I finally was allowed to go through there. You know what I really want to do, though? I want to try sneaking my way in. At least nothing seems out of the ordinary with a door. Okay. Then let's look at 522. So we see Alba leaving the Theatre Neutralis. I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself. He had me fooled, too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Godoffian hero. He served the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why. It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. And that's at 522. 522, at around this time, the Steel Samurai stage show had come to an end. Ambassador Alba was making his way back to his office. And then later, he shook hands with the Steel Samurai in his office. And then he was going to give a speech in the Rose Garden. Being an ambassador sounds like a busy job. It's like someone is always stealing your time away. Yes, I'd imagine it's something like that. Despite how busy he was, he still managed to find the time to kill Mr. Cochin and move his body somehow from the Theatre Neutralis. Yeah, because right after this, immediately after the Steel Samurai goes to meet him, and then immediately after is the speech, so... the murder must have taken place before 522. Meaning during the Steel Samurai show. And yeah, let's look at 523. On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry. Other than the fact that it's a good-for-nothing, nothing else seems out of order. Right, you know as well as I that anything can happen if he's involved. You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you? No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Yeah, we've had enough Steel Samurai on security footage, but it's actually a different guy wearing the costume. That's already happened before. I don't think they'd pull that same one again. Doesn't something about this lump ship strike you as odd? Huh? Is it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart, we could compare that and confirm my hunch. That the body was in the pushcart? Well, that doesn't make sense, because this is heading... Here we see them leaving the Theatrum Neutralis, heading into Alabas. But Manny's body is in Babal. So if that's Manny's body in there, it's going in the completely wrong direction. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. Hold on, let me look at this. The footage, the entrance, Albas, the Theatrum Neutralis. Oh, okay, that's what we're about to see. Okay, so we can actually review it whenever we want. Cool. Pushcart, Steel Samurai, push this to Albas from the dressing room. Bulge is unnatural. Ah, and this just shows us this image. Got it. Like, I could see the Primaduck statue being smuggled through here, but we already know how that got here. It wasn't using the pushcart, so what could that be? Just something... Just something good. 25, nothing. Louis, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That's right. This... right there's the contradiction. How did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of a final puzzle has finally revealed itself. The body was in the pushcart, and it did go into Alabast. And then it was sent over into Manny's office alongside the Primaduck statue. That's it! Because the Steel Samurai went to Alba's office, then that takes the body up to the office, and then Alba just then uses the crossbow, shoots the thing, swaps around the Primaduck statues. But wait, no. The exchange of the Primaduck statues should have already happened by then, right? Hold on, what? It's been a while, so I'm just kind of confused on this point. Was it Steel Samurai Show then Jamming Ninja Show? Or was it Jamming Ninja Show then Steel Samurai Show? Because if it's Jamming Ninja first, then it doesn't work. But if it's Jamming Ninja after, then yeah, it works perfectly fine. Okay. Oh, thank God for that. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I asked you for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sadly for you, Ambassador Alba, these are not your premises. This is an Alabast. This is neutral ground. And in fact, you can't stop me for entering Babal's embassy, now can you? That's not your jurisdiction, old man. That's my good friend, Ambassador Paletto. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, the same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I am overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Paleno?
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know?
Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further.
Ambassador Paleno. Mr. Edgeworth! All I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. I really like Paleno.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch, after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyways. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. It should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Ambassador Alba's alibi.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was an alibas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
I said, hold it.
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course. That's something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father's killer, isn't he? Yeah, let's do this. Let's have a perfect victory. Von Karma style. Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu is to capture the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me! So that's why that's why we've got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
Being the leader of a smuggling ring when taking on the duties of ambassadorship, don't you think the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primiduck statues.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that? Hypothetical scenarios, Coach and I are fellow smugglers. It's not a hypothetical. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to
one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really have no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I have no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? I'm not gonna stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. Co-conspirators. Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Ha ha ha!
Looks like there's not gonna be a... looks like he's not going to admit it himself when he was in leagues with Mr. Cochin. I suppose not, but I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin. I mean, he's the ringleader, and that Mr. Cochin was a subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember. The safe in Mr. Cochin's office. Yes, the safe had 2 compartments in it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think these stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible. Seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. And that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. And Ambassador Alba had to gain. I believe that's his motive for killing Mr. Cochin.
What are you people whispering about amongst us yourselves over there?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. Oh, that's the whole time. And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Are you saying that it was Damas II who made the first move?
Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with a Primidex statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Cover up? Oh boy, I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I am terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know?
And despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Man is evil, and I'm sure you're familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Alabast.
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal, and you are correct.
Oh? I thought you'd put up a bit more of a fight, but I mean, if you just concede to me.
The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I'm not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh? I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi.
You'd be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So, Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did Ambassador Alba kill him? It's not like the case of my father, where he ordered someone to do it. The problem you have here is we don't exactly know what their relationship was. Indeed, they had complete trust in each other. There's no motive for murder. For both men were very selfish, and I believe that's where the motive arose. So wait, do you want me to go with them? Alright, we could either go with the motive, or we could go with the security tape proving that he wasn't in Alabas the whole time. That seems like the bigger thing here, you know? And we have footage of him leaving the theatrical trial, so... But I guess his point is not that he was in Alabas the whole time. Let's try the motive with the Master Mask. With the note to Master Mask.
Objection!
Yes. If you want to know, I believe he did have a motive to kill. That's because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into a mess.
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The contents of this note is a request calling for the theft of Alabas Primaduck statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. We had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me.
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
Motive, opportunity, decisive evidence. Thankfully, we've got all three. We've got motive. We've got opportunity. And we've got decisive evidence. It appears that this is where a real battle will begin.
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Can I ask for more questions?
They're not wishes, dumbass.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us a little bit more of your time. Paletto really coming in clutch here. If they don't make you Ambassador of Cadofia, my boy, you've been cheated. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
No, he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paletto. I'm very sorry, but it seems even now my voice falls on deaf ears. There's no need to apologize, Ambassador Paletto. We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before? This is a clue my father, Faraday, left for us.
Did you say burn Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one for the second KG8 incident. The one in which you wrote about the Yatagarasu's key. Yes. This organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside the organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there?
Little thief!
That's...
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, my father. Why is there a wind? Why is there a breeze blowing in here? You just pan over to the side, you see fucking Gumshoe with like a massive fan, just like making the wind for fucking Kay's scarf. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to us, Alabast, right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever a thorn in my side.
Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? That's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it's just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. And when the going gets tough, well, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite a feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alva, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me?
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
All right, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste.
Last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with an inane question and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. If that's the case, the only thing you can do now is present evidence, understood? Of course. I didn't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case, there's only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. Oh, so it's one of these where we can't even press, right? Hold it! You met with the victim here.
I was watching the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Cochin, who was sitting nearby.
I didn't mean to ask. Why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for the embassy event?
I like Steel Samurai Daddy, so I asked him to be at the event.
I see. So it's by Ambassador Alba's request.
Now then, will that be all?
No, wait, I'm not finished yet.
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions.
The time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. Okay, yeah, so we just gotta present evidence here. Most the rest of the time, as I stated earlier, that's true. I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer everything. So the only place he met the victim was at his theater. Then one was killed. You know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. That means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start. No, because you killed him right here. I think it's gotta be the photo, right? Yeah, so he killed him, stuffed him in the Steel Samurai card, then took him out of the card in his office and used the zip line to send him over where Callisto arranged the body. I'd like to take a look at this picture.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relationships between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again?
This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it. That's what you should, but it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it amongst the flowers you were to give the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here, at this very theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
We're not through yet.
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, but I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionate you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again!
That's right. This man is an ambassador. He has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur! Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
But courts, is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Agent Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way, my plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, you'll spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here while I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What do you mean revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through!
Lang Shi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast took a while to get things rolling, but they eventually moved on it.
The Imperial household? You, what have you done?
You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba.
What? What? What?
What?
Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Yatagarasu protected!
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Ji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
This can't be! I don't believe this!
Actually, if the Longji dynasty goes back so far, I wonder if there's any appearance from one of Lang's ancestors in Great Ace Attorney. That'd be cool.
My ambassadorship has been revoked!
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from his loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are. Mr. Alba.
Mr. Alba.
No, I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us.
So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I expect nothing less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater? But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried the body all the way over there? Preposterous.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Okay, let's get serious.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? I've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy. We can finally end everything.
I know. I'm willing to give my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Don't worry. Evidence is all we need. Ooh. Okay, lost my chat for a second, but we're good. We're good.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
Okay, yeah, I'm guessing this is gonna be the final chapter then, because this feels like feels like all the final mysteries are being cleared up.
Hold it!
That's right, as I explained earlier. The commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me. Isn't that right?
Excuse me?
The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon was used as one of your national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take.
I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary.
You're an even bigger slime ball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Coach's murder onto one of your subordinates.
In any case, the fact that the knife was in my bouquet means nothing.
Theater, anyone could have taken the knife.
Hold it!
You still wish to deny your actions.
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? I'm not in denial. Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got the real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I. Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Quite the pair of frightening women you are, but I digress.
Hold it!
That it was. Even if it was found in Ball, he was killed somewhere else.
Objection!
Stop bluffing because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room.
Are you taunting us on purpose? 'Cause I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold on, Agent Lang, and allow me to fight him my way, with evidence.
That's just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him.
Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident.
If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Very well. But to be fair, you should watch off what you say as well.
Me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal.
Hold it!
Dummy. Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinate to be quiet and then move the body.
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards have always conducted a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said he would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint in solving this case. Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabas, right?
There, he started preparing for a speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy. He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible the body was taken to a different location first? It's the cart, right? Is he stuffed it in the cart to get it moved to Alabast, so I think that's that.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from the security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every move.
Ha, thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could please take a look at this section here. This lump is here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of that unnatural lump. It's Manny's body.
Take that!
What is the meaning of the showing me that?
To say that the unnatural bulge in this pushcart is Mr. Cochin's body. You have the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however.
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Hey, sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! That's my boy! The third member of the new Yatagarasu finally makes an entrance! With the smoking gun. Yummy! Detective Gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. Found in the open air stage area. So that's where you went. Yeah, Detective Spirit that Pop's left with me. Yeah, I guess I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is it worth anything in this case? Yes, it just might play a major role in solving the case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought the entire samurai family was an alabast. Where exactly in the open air stage did you find this pushcart? You find it just lying there on the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir. Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infant around. You're an infant of Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess's son, right? Yes, he made an appearance at the end of the stage show. It was a rather fitting ending to the whole thing. That Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move a body. That the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable. Oh, you've done it now. Don't you ever badmouth the Steel Samurai. Huh. It's blood. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood. They're telling us to prove Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported inside this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater, then placed his body inside the pushcart, and then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I asked you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
Yeah.
Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at the time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. I mean, I don't see why not. Why wasn't... Like, he could have just tied him to the, tied up to the Primduck statue when he sent it over to Babal. They could have had the body on it as well. I don't see why there needs to be a separate mode of transportation. Although the fact that there's water missing from the fountain, from the pool in the Rose Garden, and the fact that that the piece of the knife handle that fell off, first of all, it was in the open air stage, which is where we found the cart, so that tracks. But yeah, couldn't even just attach the cart to the zip line and sent it over to Mamal? Which means there's no question that can't be answered, right? The Primidex statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. Alright, let's go.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. And then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things. Such as the murder of Damas II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of them. Again, I do so hate to waste time. What?
You. That's not every life, precious.
You really need to answer that for you.
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Huh? Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like.
Alright. Alright, shaking hands. Alright, let's just press him on everything. So why was it only the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
That Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
But to start the speech, Yatagarasu appeared.
Hold it!
The Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
A most amusing joke, and how do you propose I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights and the rose garden so that when you were about to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Oh, that's an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
You! What's going to take for you to fess up to anything?
Nah. Well, then let's move to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden?
Everyone took a refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well...
So I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damas II.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primidex statue he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Miss Von Karman's really letting her whip fly now. I think it's scary part of her silence when she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Ugh. I can't find a single flaw in his arguments. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles, Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end? It appears that we made it just in time.
It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay!
It's the Steel Samurai?
So, no, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo-Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Edgy Poo!
No! The two people that I wanted to see the least! Larry! What are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. I just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear. Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us?
Oh, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! So yeah! It's just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Huh? Oh yeah! It obviously has something to do with the water, right? Because the pushcart was found in the open air stage, which is the same place where we found the piece from the knife. And the piece from the knife was wet, and the baby, which was supposed to be in the cart, is also wet. And the water level in the pool was down. So clearly water had been taken out of the pool. But how does that help? Unless... maybe during the fire in Babal, water was transported from the pool to help put out the fire, and in the water, in like maybe in like some kind of water tank, that they placed the like they placed a water tank in the pushcart and used that, and then the Iron Infant and the body were in that? No, but then Coach's body would also be soaked, so that doesn't make sense. What would the Iron Infant and the piece from the knife be wet, but not the rest of the body? Or the rest of the knife, for that matter? I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. You found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that! Yeah, well, I was in Olympus the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant went up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in... That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of the pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel to Babal is bilateral symmetry. That's right. The two sides of the embassy are identical. If there's a pool in the Babal side, in the Alaba side, there's also a pool on Alabast's. And they're probably connected. And the open air stage was simply built on top of it. That's right, this embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. That's where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Something like that really exists, sir. An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. Right here.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait.
That put him in his fucking place. This is Edgeworth. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth is here, sir. No Steel Samurai ringtone, damn it. There's a reservoir here, it's just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there's also a pool on the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. What do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected. That also, and the water from the Babalese side was used to put out the fire, which is why both reservoirs were down. Hence why they were being refilled by the water spouts. It all makes sense.
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
What? This blasted doll?
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey! Don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of Justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. The Iron Infant foiling the villain and resolving an international incident. You love to see it.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely the body just happened to have passed through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I can believe it. Maybe, but...
He has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
You see, Mr. Prosecutor, the chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found at his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean Shih-na, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Shih-na would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis is about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Shih-na's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Shih-na was in Babal? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. The fire. Get rid of the water. That's it. That's why Shih-na started the fire.
Now, I believe this time we really are done, right?
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water. That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean, there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy.
We got him.
Oh. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. When enough water was drained, the connecting pipe would be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
Huh? So what? The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall you must overcome to beat a game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
And if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
Ahaha! I should have figured that you'd notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyways?
I'll have you know, those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the wall either.
It would be difficult for Shih-na to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders of footholds along the wall. There's no need for such thing. Yeah, she could just... The cart is made of wood. As the water refills, it would just lift the cart up on its own. All she needs to do is just sit in the cart with the body, and the water, as it refills, will lift her up.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will.
Oh, looks like you got an answer already. What are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Shih-na and the body were able to rise to ground level. There's a way to control the water level. That could be the way the body was moved. This was used so the body and Shih-na could move up and down in the pool. The spouts. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a matter of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts. How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Shih-na and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in the water. The fire on the Babalese side of the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Kochan's body I shall now show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads. First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden and pushed it along with the iron infant and Mr. Coton's body into the pool. At this time, Shih-na was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal, and that's also why the members of the Iron Family were split up before the speech. They were all placed in different rooms so that Alba would be able to access the Iron Infant without Larry being around. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. That's when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Shih-na and the body. After that, Shih-na used the pushcart to carry the body to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Coton's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Gah! Gah! Well, Mr. Ex-Ambassador Elba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof. I believe that's what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
What's proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage, so's too that I find another item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove the pools were the smuggling route. This is another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage. Finally! The piece of the knife.
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found in the Babalese side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how it was going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it, after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill you in on what I've found on the stage actually belongs to. The knife.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in the open slot. It's a perfect fit! I assume the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Coton's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Coton's body.
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Oh, I assure you, it's more than just a story. For some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when we found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage on the Babalese side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden pool through to Babal.
Impossible!
The people of Zegfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home that we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? Well, it's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life, no matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Look, Edgeworth, all I'm saying is, this murder would have actually gone down pretty well, you know, if his accomplice had actually been competent and had properly cleared out the evidence that needed clearing out. But, as I've said time and time again, Callisto Yu is sloppy. She just is. And it keeps coming back to it. She didn't notice the guitar pick left in the open air stage. She didn't think to hide the iron infant of the pushcart. Just let it out there for anyone, left them out there for anyone to find. She, when changing clothes, she left the fucking clothes, you know, in the room, out in the open for anyone to find. She left the wire inside of the wire that was used to smuggle the Primiduck statues. That was left in the what's it called? That was left in the grandfather clock. Like, so many issues here were just Callisto Yu slipping up. Even, yeah, she had the crossbow bolts in her fucking possession when we arrested her. Like, come on, woman. Get it together. Learn how to dispose of evidence. Like, you're supposed to be one of the three legs of the great Yatagarasu, who has never in history left a single piece of evidence behind at a crime scene. But apparently, that was, like, what did you even do other than just casing the place? Because from what I can put together, you were the one that cased the locations, then input the information into Little Thief, which K. Faraday had built, so he provided the tech. Then K. Faraday was the one who actually did the stealing and basically left no trace behind. And then, even if he did any kind of trace behind, obviously he and obviously Detective Bad was in charge of the investigation, so he could just get rid of any evidence that might have been left behind. Like, 90% of the work was done by K and Bad. Now, sure, Callisto was still important because, you know, by casing out the locations, that's how they were able to recreate them with Little Thief and thus plan out their crimes. But without K. Faraday's technology, and without his, like, infiltration skills, and without Bad covering up, Callisto, for being one leg of the great thief Yatagarasu, you really are a terrible thief and murderer. Because we're here to see it to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy's gonna ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. He values himself above all else. I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Mr. Edgeworth. Damn. The fucking Steven Universe meme.
Hey! I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Mr. Prosecutor.
Damn. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist. Because everyone breaks down eventually. You're right. In that case, I have nothing but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Alright, let's get this shit. Oh! There's another chapter? Okay, but I think they've made it clear that this is going to be the... I think I can take that from Edgeworth as meaning this is the final chapter. So then, yeah, I think we go for it. I think we can finish the game today. 3:33 a.m. Jesus Christ, Edgeworth, you're going to need to get some nice sleep after this. Two nights in a row that you've just been awake basically all night solving murders. Jesus Christ. And right after coming from I guess to be fair, he did, like, the day before come from an international flight from Europe, so he is probably decently jet lagged, so actually staying up this late is probably not too bad for him, you know? That being said, we're going to be taking a quick break because I need to go to the bathroom and I need to eat something. Yeah, let me put on some, yeah, Love, Guilty, we'll go with that. Where is it? Here we go. Alright, yeah. We will be right back in a few minutes, and we will be finishing up Ace Attorney. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and change the title of the stream from Finale ? To just Finale. And, yeah. Once we come back, it'll be time for the new Yatagarasu to take down the smuggling ring. All right, let's keep going. Oh, I almost forgot to turn that, but at least I didn't forget to turn on my microphone this time. I made sure to double check because didn't want a repeat of last time, you know? All right, let's hop right into it. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there is anything left for me to testify about.
You still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Al. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well, I suppose I can tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
I watched from the last row. The stage was so lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you?
You could have simply memorized the script like I've had the script memorized for since the show was released 2 years ago.
Those moving scenes were seared into the old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
So you were in the theater watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who's cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who's this super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay. I'm Larry Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, that's the final battle. You got that?
I know. This is the end. For that man there.
Ha ha ha! Now that's the type of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll leave this critical battle up to you. Mr. Edgeworth!
Have no fear, for Edgeworth is here. I'll finish the job. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose Mr. Alba's lies. Hold on. Prepare! I will now strike you down with the might of my samurai spear! Hey, Aji, you're quoting the Steel Samurai! I knew you liked my performance! Can it, Larry, or you'll be the next! Or you'll be next.
Hold it!
The last row, I should think that an ambassador would have special seating reserved.
I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave up all the good seats for them. Yes, it was enough for me to simply see him.
Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the big princess here.
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo.
So you can spare me the flirtations, come-ons!
Wow, she's completely frozen. He's completely frozen. And frustration, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show?
I swear I was there in the audience. It's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Hold it!
Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Objection!
Quiet! You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly to the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way.
Yeah.
I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. Well, it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out of the audience.
Remember the content of the show very well.
Hold it!
I remember the content of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. If you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And did you think the climactic scene of today's show is just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. A spectacular special move. The way you deliver the final blow against the evil magistrate. Hurley summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. Wait, didn't he completely fuck up the finishing move? How could you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, so today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
Yes, you're correct. But if you could, please elaborate on this point for me.
Hold it!
Only Summer Rain Jab is a move that was to be unveiled today.
And because I saw the brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi.
How sad. The only way he's gonna protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai? I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, and to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice. Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba.
Very well. The Steel Samurai special move and various other scenes.
Seep into this old man's heart, I'll never forget them.
Hold it!
I agree, today will be a day to remember. It was yesterday, you dolts! Midnight's already over. Especially when we finally make you pay for the wrongs you've committed. Okay, that will be today.
What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all.
Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose, then yes! In his mind, he's like, oh, I've been waiting for this day all my life. And I do believe it's about to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself are also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show. He's got nothing on the Jammy Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Bah! Wasn't my brand new special finishing move today totally rad? No, don't tell me. It was you who thought up that special move? Yeah, now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab, was that it? No, wait, it was stubble breaking chop? That doesn't sound quite right. How can you forget a move you came up with? The final piece of Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Kocher, he should not have time to do so. Early Summer Rain Jab. Right, there we go. Yeah, he didn't do the special move because the samurai spear was broken. He did a different one. And it all comes down. The Steel Samurai he is the one to solve this case. The special move was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
A samurai spear? What about it?
This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof off of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Larry saving the day by being a terrible actor. Incredible stuff. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! Correct, because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known what move was used. Carcass Alba! You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai show tonight, did you?
Aha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight...
That opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Koten instead. So, where were you during the show? I demand an answer now.
Oh, I think we got him.
Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy. So are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show. Most of it, in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that's when that dramatic scene was played out on stage.
It's the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Just because he's got the name of the move wrong. You can't really use that to prove you didn't watch the show at all.
Ugh.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show,
You have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan! Ever!
What now? Who was that just now?
It would be I, young lady!
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Gee, just hold on a second, I beg you. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. You know what exactly is a Steel Samaniac, Bale? I believe it's meant to say a Steel Samurai Maniac, like poor little Miles over there. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
That sarcasm dripping from this long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves they didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else!
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Wait. It was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Did you say something stupid again?
Did you say that early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard.
Early
Summer rain jab, that's kind of how we decided to name the move. But by the time I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless.
Okay. So that's where the murder was committed. In the dressing room. And that's where he saw the So we need to investigate the dressing room. If you Steel Samurai actors are the same, the director has my complete sympathy. What? You literally only... have you met Will Powell's? I guess he was there for Farewell My Turnabout, but you got taken out of there. I don't think you really did much during Farewell My Turnabout, so I don't know how much you actually interacted with Will. Also, Will Powers is legitimately a good actor. Hello? He made the Steel Samurai what it is so that talentless assholes like Larice over here can piggyback off the success.
So basically, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone find out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically a gag order. What's it should for publicity's sake? It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art.
Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from now, I can tell it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet is you.
How dare you!
I suspect that you've already noticed. Exactly what the very severe implications in this man's testimony.
Ah, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into the behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quirkus Alba.
And don't you dare call the Steel Samurai Kids show. I'll have you know it's enjoyed by men and women of all ages and from every demographic imaginable, because it is the greatest show ever made. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used at the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of the move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Oh, you got the leg Edgeworth tag team. Oh, this is just like, It's funny, because in Turnabout Samurai, where the Steel Samurai was debuted, that's the first time we saw Wright and Edgeworth work together to essentially deliver a fucking tag team beatdown on that producer lady with the like long cigarette holder, whose name I'm completely blanking on. And like that's one of the moments in the original trilogy that's just like seared into my brain because of how fucking good it is. Just Edgeworth and Wright just like going back and forth, just slamming her together. And it's cool that now, with this case being so intricately tied to the Steel Samurai, now we're getting Edgeworth and his rival Lang delivering the tag team beatdown. Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of this finishing move. He thought it up. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff member who knew. We're keeping it secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means the only other option left is that you saw it on that whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right?
Hey, man, so what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder. The pushcart.
Take that!
Oh. The music cut out so that you could have a dramatic... The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then right after the show ended, it went into Alabas along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to have been someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room? And what do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb.
But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart. Correct, and it's because the setup of the theater's dressing room. Then it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show, he went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
And knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal! You got that? ARREST!
Hold! Not so fast.
Oh, sorry, that verged a bit too much into Von Karma there.
And what is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. That's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You were looking for the bathroom in the embassy in which you have worked at for... I know he was the ambassador during KG8, so 10 years, was it? You've been working here for 10 years? And you don't know where the fucking bathroom...
You punk, you still trying to get out of this?
Do you really think you can get away with at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do to stop him? Nah. I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there. I'm sure we'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use a little thief, maybe we can learn something from our recreation.
We don't need to do any of that.
But Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
Then they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say, sis. And it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there was no info to feed into Little Thief, then there's not much I can do to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be bust. Now, if you will excuse me. Because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers!
Oh god, no, not more old bag. Anything but more old bag, please. Please. First Larry and now you?
What's with the scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgeworth? And don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. Yeah, I've been meaning to say to this, but I'm getting about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
Ah, but you know what? Edgeworth, cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing from you.
You're so super special that I can give it away to just anyone, you know? Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgeworth. Are you ready? Is this?
It's... How? You're telling me he grabbed a pack of samurai dogs from the dressing room while he was killing Manny? And then threw them in his fucking fireplace for some reason? It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yeah, oh, Edgeworth, here you go. Eat one, you'll feel right as rain.
Everyone's just stunned.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgeworth! Tell me you understand the depth of this lady's love for ya. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know? Now, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you anyway nice and full one day I'm going to serve me some of my own home-made food. I mean, it's a desire for everyone to make sure that my beloved never goes hungry, and that's what I want to experience. I'll tell you one thing. Time ago, I used to say the things will make delicious ingredients. People from around me. Get you back then.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
And I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. You know, this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. I had a special design on it. On its fan. Like a Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. When I ate one, it tastes just like the rest. Oh, I'm so mad.
Is that blood? Is there blood on the fucking samurai dogs that she grabbed? Oh my god. Wait, a special box with Hinamaru-like fan on it. I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. Of course! Edgeworth has fucking encyclopedic knowledge of every piece of Steel Samurai merchandise to ever exist! Oh my god! Can I just say, how much I love that they just decided to make Edgeworth the biggest Steel Samurai fanboy in the world. Like, it's just such a random thing. I have absolutely no clue how they decided, yeah, you know what we're gonna do for Edgeworth? We're gonna make him a Steel Samurai fan. Like, how did that even start? Was it just because they decided to add a Steel Samurai figure to his office during... No, I don't think so. When did Miles being a Steel Samurai fan first get revealed? However, there is the red rising sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs are piled on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a rising sun dog. This contradiction is something that should not exist, and yet it does. The rays from the rising sun made just what we need to point us in the right direction. A present. Yeah, Studio Bigwigs basically told us display delivery boys that we are supposed to hand these dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into a pushcart just to move them all. But they were taken out of the pushcart when the body needed to be put in. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin in this theater, and then placed his body inside the pushcart. Oh yeah, this is cool. We're getting all the information, and then we're gonna have to connect the web. You forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. This is cool, because the logic mechanic is what was introduced for this game. And so it's cool that we're now getting to that it's basically what's gonna put Quirkus down for real. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. Sitting in the pushcart, yeah, samurai dog's body in the pushcart. Because the pushcarts needed to be taken out to put the body in. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. Were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Then there we have it. That which should not exist, the box of samurai dogs with the Hinamaru on it. If this red rising sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing the dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it is. Wendy Oldbag, I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special. Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to operate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and that is what will push you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing.
Aha! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs you need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about the box of samurai dogs that's gonna put the old man away?
Trace evidence that will bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. Oh, Neo Old Tokyo Special Samurai Dogs. A single drop of blood. This box of samurai dogs has a rising sun fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh?
What?
Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. Why isn't Emma here? Where's my girl? She would have had this shit analyzed already.
Gotta admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto.
Well, why is there blood in the box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transport the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son. You know what I mean. So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs are there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
When my men investigated the room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because the embassy staff members already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to pull this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal, I received it from myself.
Quercus Alba, let's say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How can it be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Miss Redtruth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone shed light onto a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And? You say that like it means something. Huh?
Excuse me, sirs? Report! What were the results of the analysis?
What do you want to bet it's not? It's not Cochin's blood. It's Quercus's. Because he got attacked by Cochin with the shears. That's where the wound on his chest came from.
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this, Quercus Alba.
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
One from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Well, it's not Mr. Cochin's blood, is it?
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was the dressing room.
But it doesn't prove that I'm your killer, does it?
Yeah, that's...
That's a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove Mr. Alba is the killer. It does. Trust me on this, it does. Then this evidence, it's meaningless. It can't be. We were so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's got to be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I wouldn't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, pal.
It wasn't me this time either.
It was me either.
It was me? Why did you?
Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
There's more?
What? Hurry up and spit it out! Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What?
No. What? Forensics guy coming in clutch with the objection. Let's go. I'm happy for you. You got your star moment.
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood?
It should have been Emma. That should have been Emma. Where's my girl? This is Emma Erasure.
Is it his? Then who the hell is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
Then which one of your words would that be?
That once where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got on that box just long before it entered my embassy?
Well, what sort of nonsense? Yeah, but it's blood passed. No way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dog had a small nosebleed? What then?
Oh, I guess it's possible.
Damn it, we've been wasting our time on a red herring.
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Quercus Alba! You bastard!
Silence! Don't you ever address me with such filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Alba, doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. All of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser a mutt. Hurrah!
Is this really the extent of all we can do? Is that blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it's been I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would my boyfriend do? What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is on this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way... Yeah, this is that Mia quote! Fuck, what's that, fuck, what is it? I'm trying to remember. Mia Fey quote. Come on. What is it? Importance of evidence. No. I'm trying to remember what the quote was because I think it applies to this. It's Fuck, what is it? Why am I blanking out on this right now? Change your way of thinking. It's 2-4. Not that. Not that. No. No. It's from 1-1. I'm trying to remember. All right, I've got nothing. I'll look it up later. It doesn't matter. Because that's where Phoenix got it from. He got this way of thinking from Mia, and now Edgeworth is getting it from Phoenix. And I guess technically, Mia probably got it from Diego, if I had to guess, right? So if anything, god damn it, fucking Diego, the worst prosecutor in the world, somehow making, somehow is actually, like, the reason Phoenix won all his fucking cases by, like, teaching Mia the ropes, because turns out he's actually a good defense attorney, he's just a shit prosecutor. If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at that time. There's only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I finally removed from center stage. And will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss. The underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Quercus alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ah, mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. They had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, heard the prosecutor. Care to speak English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak is of course, this drop of blood. But we know it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important for the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. He figured it out! Oh, we got him now! You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
And you know who the blood belongs to.
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that sold this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Oh, they changed his portrait. Nice. Quercus alba.
Take that!
The blood of the rising sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus alba. What?
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even the victim. Some blood fell into the box and Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. The blood doesn't belong to the victim.
Then there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
Yeah, Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Well, Mr. Alba had been the one who was bleeding.
Not if during the murder Mr. Cochin had fought back. You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have the piece of evidence that proved that he was bleeding then. Here we go, this is it, the final piece.
Take that!
The wound on his shoulder. Mr. Alba, you bear on your shoulder a great wound.
That was from Demas the second attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. But is that really what happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba? See if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by you, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
I don't want to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. No, he's really not.
I am the master of my fear.
Chief Gant, Manfred von Karma, Christoph Gavin, Christoph Gavin. I was about to say Matt Ongard, but Matt Ongard was a pussy to the very end. Yeah, that is true. Gatto, yeah, as much as I hate him as a prosecutor, yeah.
However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in the theater's dressing room, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where will you prove that such a weapon came from?
Ah, this theater respects the security guards. I mean, it's the only one, right? It would have been impossible for anyone to come to this area with a weapon of any sort. But with a key.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife and a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
Ah, but as long as you can't prove that, what that other way is, all your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So what if another way does exist? You'd better hurry up and tell me now.
The bell! With pleasure.
Wait, what?
That's what he realized. He realized he not built for this. And this piece of evidence shows us Mr. Cochin brought a weapon to the theater.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key.
That key!
That's the key my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it's very unique. And it's both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have easily been brought to the theater.
No!
You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadofian paper signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened the office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Kochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die for bearing the guilt of all my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card. How this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader, who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away from it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors! For your meddling prosecutors and your wolf!
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one question I forgot to ask. This country or Alabast? Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Bro got fucking Palpatined! What the hell?
Bro got the Palpatine treatment! March 17, 11:21 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
Well, this is it, the big day. Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca is heading that one. The suspect should be serving his full course of whiplashes at it.
I have to face Ms. Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think what that would be like. I got a glimpse of Mr. Alba when he was being escorted into the courthouse. Boy, you looked the glimpse about the day before I got my month's paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. And flight attendants, even Mr. Portsman and all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct, that smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end it in their favor.
I fly airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, Detective?
Yeah, nothing. It's just, well, I'll come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I am aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Kochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trial today.
And you're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Deadman. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. While you're holding them, why don't tell me they're just coupons, sir?
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Kadofi again, its economy's changed.
Yeah, really?
And it seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits on his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadofia. But what a pity. Though every item he sent as treasure, you don't seem all that interested. That one I can give to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Hey, wait, it's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them now, sir. Hey, so come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Ah! I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. Yeah, I totally didn't notice you. Yeah, I realized that voice was you.
Like she says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss this. Watching a guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Now that is something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Aw, you shouldn't have. I already have plenty of spectators. You know for a fact Phoenix and Mai are gonna be in that gallery. Is that so, Agent Lang?
He flushed out all of the counterfeit bills, so Zheng Fa is finally at peace again. That's all thanks to you, so I just want to say, thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. You had negated Alba's extraterritorial rights. I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. I have zero interest in that truth thing you're talking about in court. I've always done things my own way. That's not about to change. Got that?
I could even say he's a lone wolf. I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, if that's ever someone your precious truth. If there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. As for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what.
Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, prepare a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, say. I'll throw some around Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough. I'm gonna go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of truth. The prosecutors are those who seek the guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. To that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed is forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are. And that is because... Whew. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. Today, more than any other day, I feel the light rising within me. Bro, can you imagine this whole thing goes down, and then, like, he gets to the courthouse, like, oh, right, we're gonna get the mid-credit scenes. Hey!
I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation. Oh, that's good. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of iFly jumper jets. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. I can't wait. Alright, we'll wait for the credits then, and then we'll talk a little bit. But yeah, it's over! Oh, this dude from...
Edgeworth, the rudeness of that rude man. Because of him, my time money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. The Primiduck statue of the Principality of Cadofia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Palermo is most generous.
Oh, he got the fake. They sold him the fake statue. Incredible stuff. I guess, yeah, they don't need two of them anymore since they're one country now. We finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadofia courts await. Cadofia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should feel new vigor there. Hey, Kay! Oh no! This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir! I thought it was safe since I found the gun that I dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I dropped my police badge too! I guess that really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life is suddenly trapped into a dark black hole, sir! I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man! No, Meekins, my boy! Hey, my girl! I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's gonna need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Well, I don't know if you'll help Edgeworth, but you'll definitely be good help to, Apollo. Ah, her. She's Scottish, right, I think? Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, well, he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. But don't... Ah, stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
It appears that there are all sorts of drama that take place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
I'd pay to see that one. You might actually be a better prosecutor than Gatto. It actually wouldn't take much. Oh, is it Maggie? I'm completely blanking on her voice. Huh, I barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, but boy, we were lucky Mr. Edgeworth helped us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. And don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Oh, my boy! Oh, Why not come to Kadofia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Oh, recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. And we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. Paleno is great. I fucking love him. I hope we get to see him again at some point. Probably won't. He doesn't seem like the type of character that will come back, but still. Instead, we're stuck with Larry. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. They sell like hotcakes. Hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, really at all, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen that guy in the blue suit at all recently. Wonder what's up? Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make it eat one of my dogs. Why does no one say Phoenix by... Why does no one mention Phoenix by name in this game?
Today I gave the testimony in court as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad! You look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Like she says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Youth. When did I become so old? I wonder. I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
Oh no! No! I don't want to do this, man!
I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days? Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first, take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I mean, there's some creepy fuzzy pink animal. Then I was a pink princess, a great hero, just a bit ever as a young maiden. I the stylish out of my head and right around the hour. I read my costume, something like that, but it just sounds like a terrible idea.
Oh, post-credit scene, nice. March 17, 433, High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202. Back where it all started. Whoop, feels so much better now that the trial's over. As always, your legal prowess is top-notch, sir. Can you imagine the fucking, like, trial's about to start and Edgeworth is like, so, Judge, who's the defense attorney for this case? And it's like, my man has gone through hell, spent like days investigating this, finding the airproof case, and then Phoenix walks in the door, Edgeworth immediately just puts a gun to his head like, oh god, no. Oh fuck, no, no. All these days, all my investigation, it was all for fucking nothing. Oh god, fuck me. Honestly, seeing everything Edgeworth goes through trying to investigate his cases really makes you, feel his frustration when Phoenix comes in and just absolutely demolishes, but it also makes you wonder how he kept getting the wrong person so many times in the previous Ace Attorney games.
Yeah, and nothing beat the look in Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step in a courtroom. And Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang.
So, what are your plans now, okay? Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Yeah, you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something. It's not important to you, Gummy. What a relief.
Okay.
Yes?
Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. You've already got him! A 3-person team? A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me is possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the other 2 people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna work extra hard to make the world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Hey, Kay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever. Oh, and one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
It does, yeah. No.
Hey, why not? Hey, don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking a picture now. Hey, come back here. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese.
What does it look like? And thus the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there's a little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is I want to pursue the truth, and I want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Fair enough.
And there you have it. Miles Edgeworth, Ace Attorney Investigations. Oh, that was great. That was great. I'm very excited to play the here, let's put in this one. I'm very excited to play the second one, but not yet. So, normally what I would do at the end of one of these is go through all the cases and give my thoughts on all of these. But I'm not going to. The reason for that is because I'm just gonna do that over vacation. It can just be like, assuming I can't manage to stream anything else, which is possible, we'll see. What I'll definitely be able to do is just record a quick video of me ranking all the cases from this game. So I will do that over the vacation, so at least there'll be something coming out, even if it's just a short ranking video, you know? Also, I'm really tired right now, so I want to go, and I need to go to the bathroom. But, yeah, no, I really like this game. Is it better than Apollo Justice? Okay, I have issues. I do have some issues. I think one of my big issues is Callisto Yu's storyline kind of just ended with a lot of questions. Like, we know she's been working for the Ring the whole time, and that Callisto Yu isn't her real name, But that's it. We don't know anything about her real name, her true intentions, how she got entangled with the ring in the first place. Like, I don't know. I feel like the game set up Callisto as like the big bad, you know? For then to essentially be swapped out for Quercus Alba. And I thought Quercus was an okay villain. I really wasn't a fan. I'm gonna be honest. Like, the whole like, oh, he's like so steel cold even in the face of victory. First of all, not true. The man was like shouting like, ah, all the time whenever he thought we were about to get him, before he managed to find some way to weasel his way out. And we've seen plenty of tenacious villains in this series, so I don't know. There's nothing about Quercus Alba in particular that made me really resonate with him as a villain. Like, Manfred von Karma, absolutely terrifying. Chief Gant, one of the most menacing people I've ever seen in a video game, right? Matt Ongard, absolutely despicable piece of shit. I hate his guts. Gato, just a really complex and interesting character all the way through, right? And then Kristoff is just, I will admit, Kristoff's handling on the final, like, trial day in Apollo Justice is terrible, and I keep saying that. But the build-up that they do with Kristoff makes him a good villain. Like, even if I don't like how the story ended, he just, like, he's legitimately, like, they build him up so well. The problem is here, you have, the problem with this one, I feel like, is Alba, first of all, doesn't show up until the final case, right? So that already gets rid of any, like, and I think that's an issue, right? Because, like, sure, that's what happens with Manfred von Karma, Chief Gant, and Matt Ongard, but I think what makes those work is that the games don't have an overarching storyline, right? There's no overarching storyline in the first Ace Attorney game outside from the quick mention of the DL6 incident at the start of the game that then gets brought back as the case where Gregory Edgeworth was killed. Or during the case during which he was killed. It was not the case of his murder, right? That was a different one. You know, other than that, you know, which is just a quick mention, and then the Matt Ongard stuff had no connection with anything in Justice for All. Like, so those I can understand, like, okay, there's no build-up for the final case, it's just a really good final case that mostly just focuses on the build-up of characters, rather than focusing on a build-up of the story, especially Turnabout Goodbyes, and Rise Above the Ashes, is for the most part a character study on Edgeworth, and the relationship between Edgeworth, Justice, and Phoenix, right? So even though there's no overarching storyline, it still works in the overarching narrative because it's a crucial part of Edgeworth's character, right? Then, obviously, Trials and Tribulation and Apollo Justice try to do an overarching storyline, and I think they both kind of flub it. Like, I think Trials and Tribulations handles it pretty well, but then fucks it up in the very end because Bridge to the Turnabout is atrocious. And then Apollo Justice, again, I think does a fantastic job of building it up, right? Basically, every case is somehow connected to the, you know, to the central storyline, and they keep dropping hints throughout the thing, but then the final case is disappointing. Here, I think the problem is there's no connection, right? Like, I have no connection to Quercus Alba. Like, yeah, we know he's the leader of the smuggling ring and he's done some bad stuff, but that's it. We have more of a connection to Callisto U than we do to Alba. So when Callisto U goes away and Alba takes her role as the lead villain, it just feels like bad. Because, you know, at least, right, with the case of Manfred, Matt, and Gant, you know, even if they are villains, right, that were only showcased in their own case, even if they're, you know, one case villains, they're present since the start of the case all the way to the end. But in this one, Quirkus, I mean, he's there, he exists, but he doesn't really take center space, but he doesn't really take a central role in the case until after Callisto U's already been taken out and like over half of the case is already over. It's only the latter half of the case. And I think that really hurts because it means that we don't really get any setup of him as a villain aside from what's just told to us about him about what he's done as the leader of the smuggling ring, and I don't think that was really that satisfying. So I'm really not a fan of Quirkus. I think he's just a really weak villain. Like, as much as I don't like how Bridge to the Turnabout is handled, I think Gato is an excellent villain. And as much as I don't like the end of Kristoff's story, everything up to that is fantastic. Quirkus is just a dud, in my opinion. And it's really sad because the entire overarching storyline could have hinged on Callisto and Manny Kochin, but it doesn't. Manny Kochin and Callisto are unceremoniously removed from the picture before the end of the game, and instead replaced with this old man that we just previously met, and who I don't really, like, associate with everything that's happened so far. And so as a result, I think it really takes the wind out of the, case, and it also doesn't help that the final trial just feels super drawn out. Like, I'm sorry. I know it's a thing Ace Attorney likes to do, and I've criticized, Gato doing it because it just makes no sense that the judge would allow him to drag it out. It's completely rational. Like, at least Quirkus dragging things out, at least he was dragging them out with, like, good reasoning to do so. Gato was just annoying. Like, Gato was just for no, like, just... Like, Gato had no reason to drag things out the way he did. At least Quirkus had actual good, like, arguments that led to things dragging out, but I still think they dragged on for way too long. Like, I feel like once you've taken care of the main, like, overarching villain of the saga, who is Callisto U, and then you have, like, another 6 hours where you just have this piece of shit Quirkus who, like, let's be honest, we basically have him got in the first chapter, in End Part 1. And then by End Part 2, he's basically, like, by End Part 1, we've, like, already learned that he's the leader of the smuggling ring. And then End Part 2 is just us convincing that, right? And then End Part 3 just felt like such bullshit to me. It's just a bunch of people just showing up with objections that shouldn't be there. Like, first, Larry has an objection, then Olbeck has an objection, then the forensics guy has an objection. Like, I don't know. To me, it just felt like they were trying to drag things out way too much at the end there. I feel like you should have maybe just had a single chapter after Callisto was gone, where you just wrap things up neatly in a bow, prove that Quirkus is the villain, bing bada boom. You know what? He's the sort of overarching villain, but he doesn't overstay his welcome. You still let Callisto keep most of the spotlight, and maybe you can actually get a bit more into Callisto's backstory, since she's probably one of the more interesting characters in the overarching narrative. But she just gets pushed out and replaced by Quirkus. So, yeah, I do think it kind of fumbled that at the end. It's a fantastic game. I really like it. It's not better than Apollo Justice. I still think Apollo Justice is the peak of Ace Attorney games. But yeah, that being said, we are done with Miles Edgeworth Investigation. So then, yeah, tomorrow will be Persona. Friday will be Alan Wake. Saturday will be Persona. Sunday will be Alan Wake. And yeah, next Ace Attorney game. That's going to be January 24th, because you know what January 24th is, right? That's when the Apollo Justice Trilogy HD remake comes out. I'm honestly kind of sad we played Apollo Justice right before that was announced, because it would have been great to play the game in HD. So, what we're going to do is, on release date, on January the 24th, we will start playing the next game in the Apollo Justice Trilogy. We're not going to replay Apollo Justice. We're not doing that. I don't want to do that. It's pretty... We played the game pretty recently. I still think we have most of the stuff that happened pretty fresh in our mind. The characters, that sort of stuff. I don't think we really need to replay it in HD. I might do it in my own time, but I don't really see the point in doing it. Instead, what we will do is we will be jumping straight into the second. I don't know if that's... Is it Spirit of Justice, or it's either Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice. It's one of the two. I don't remember in which order they go, but regardless, when we get to yeah, we will be playing that hopefully on release date. I might not be able to do it on release date. It might be like 1 or 2 days late, depending on how my schedule works out. But yeah, ideally we'll be playing. Yeah, once it comes out, once the trilogy comes out, we'll be playing the second game in the Apollo Justice trilogy. That'll be the next Ace Attorney game that we will play on the channel. And yeah, no, this has been great. It's been great having you all here with me, whether in chat or lurking. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe because it helps the channel. And yeah, Miles Edgeworth Investigations here closes the next chapter on our Ace Attorney journey, and I'm excited for the second game because I think this game managed to set up some really nice gameplay mechanics, some good characters, even if it fumbled them at the end. If the second game can just take everything this game is and build upon that, we're good. We're good. That's going to be fantastic. But the next game is going to be the next in the Ace Attorney in the Apollo Justice trilogy. So, yeah. With that said, also I'm kind of hoping that with the Apollo Justice trilogy coming out, it will essentially lead to a sort of resurgence of popularity for the Ace Attorney games. That'd be great, especially since they're kind of a big set focus on my channel, and if they're popular once again, that might be helpful for the channel. So we'll see. But yeah, with that being said, thanks for watching, and I'll see you all. Well, if you're Ace Attorneys only, then I'll see you all in late January for some whatever the fuck it's called. But if you're just a regular watcher, I'll see you tomorrow for some Persona 5. So yeah,